Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to begin this evening's board meeting. Sergeant at Arms or designee, has the front lobby been attended to ensure public access? Are we ready to proceed with this meeting? Thank you. The school board meeting of March 8th is now called to order. The time is 6:01 p.m. Prior to the start of this evening's meeting, we have been enjoying music from the Paul Lawrence Dunbar Middle School, Altai Chorus. This selection, I'm so sorry, I apologize, I have a lot going on. This select group of music students is under the direction of Dylan Jipicum. Thank you for helping me there. I hate mispronouncing people's names. These 26 students represented Dunbar Middle at District Vocal Music Performance Assessment for the first time in over a decade. Stay tuned for more information about their next performance in May. Please give this amazing group of students another round of applause. Please stand. Thank you. At this time, we will take a brief pause just to clear the performance area. Thank you so much, and I apologize for missaying your name.
I love how some choose to wear masks and some don't. They perform.
Thank you, parents, for bringing them and for being here. I'm sorry, we're correcting a bio. Okay. We would like to take this opportunity to remind the members of the public of the district's mission, which is to ensure that each student achieves his or her highest personal potential and the district vision to be a world-class school system. Approval of the agenda for this evening's agenda, it includes invocation, presentation of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance, acknowledgements, public comments, consent action items, which include 4 items under board office, 10 items under academics, which one is good cause. Dr. Savage, please provide an explanation for this one.
Yes, Madam Chair. This item H10 was added as good cause in order to ensure a timely distribution of our ESSER funding.
Thank you. As presiding officer, I find there is good cause to add this one item to the agenda. 4 items under business services, 2 items under human resources, 2 items under information systems, 7 items under operations, 2 items under attorney recommendation, which are good cause. Ms. Dupree Bruno, please provide an explanation for these 2 items.
Madam Chair, this is a continuation of our discussion in the briefing with regards to Dr. Bernier's employment contract as well as his consultation contract.
Thank you. As presiding officer, I find there is good cause to add these 3 items to the agenda. 3 items under public hearings, and 4 items under other business. Board members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Ms. Vaughn?
I move to adopt the agenda as written.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn.
Second that.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay. It has been moved by Ms. Vaughn and seconded by Ms. Fisher. Please record your vote. And Ms. Thomas, I'm not able to see it, so thank you. 7-0, motion carries. Thank you. Our student representative, here we go, Christian Whitish, will introduce our guest for the invocation, after which Ms. Fisher will lead us in presentation of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. Christian, please introduce your guest for the invocation.
Good evening. Thank you. Pastor Charles Konefke, or Pastor K as most folks know him, has been serving as a pastor of Trinity Lutheran Church in Cape Coral since 2007. The first 40 years of his life were spent in Bergen County, New Jersey, a suburb of New York City. His initial career path found him in the field of computer science, where he specialized in mainframe systems administration, capacity and performance analysis, and project management. It was through his professional travels and some divine intervention that he met his wife-to-be, Kimberly, in Fort Worth, Texas. God eventually blessed him with his 4 sons, James, Theo, Nathaniel, and Jacob. In 2003, Pastor K felt that God was calling him in a new direction. So he and his family relocated to Concordia Seminary in St. Louis, Missouri, where he earned a Master of Divinity degree and was subsequently called to serve here in Cape Coral. After their youngest 3 sons were diagnosed with various forms of autism, Pastor K and Kim became passionate supporters of people with special needs. During his time as an intern at King of Kings Lutheran Church in Chesterfield, Missouri, he created a new ministry for children with special needs and their families, with their first year culminating in a community-based special needs fair. While their sons were students at Trafalgar Middle School, Pastor K and Kim participated in the Kids Night Out program for students with special needs, hosted a support group for parents of children with special needs, and later served on the Special Needs Advisory Committee for the Lee County School District. Theo, Nathaniel, and Jacob are all now graduates of Mariner High School. Since arriving in Cape Coral, Pastor K has also served as a Boy Scout leader, a disaster action team leader for the American Red Cross of Lee County, and as a volunteer guardian ad litem for the 20th Judicial Circuit. He is currently a member of the Board of Directors for Amigos Ministries of Southwest Florida, a Christian organization that provides spiritual, material, and legal support for our Hispanic and Haitian immigrant neighbors. Pastor K is also a tireless advocate for authentic New York-style pizza and deep-fried Jersey hot dogs. Welcome, Pastor Konefke.
Everybody rise. Will everybody please rise?
Good job. I invite you all to join me in prayer. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for bringing us brighter days here in Lee County, for letting us see the light at the end of the tunnel in so many ways, for allowing us to see the end of this coronavirus pandemic, at least in our corner of the world, that has caused so much upheaval for our educators and students. We thank you for the patience and dedication that so many of them displayed over the last 2 years, and ask that you will allow us to finally move past this season. We thank you for guiding our school board to the end of their search for a new superintendent, for moving Dr. Christopher Bernier to accept their call and guiding him to join us here in Lee County. Fill him with wisdom, patience, understanding, compassion for all of those employed in our school district, and a great love for all of our children. In fact, we ask that for all the educators, administrators, bus drivers, paraprofessionals, and all those who serve our children through the school district, that they will love our children, that they will see the potential and value in each one of them, and that they will have the perseverance to never give up on any one of them. And of course, we pray for all of the children of Lee County, that they will have hearts that value education and desire to learn, that they will love and respect their teachers and support staff, and that they will embrace their classmates with compassion and friendship. Grant each of them the ability to thrive and succeed in all that they do, especially those with special challenges and developmental disabilities, and bless them with parents and caregivers who will love and support them in their efforts. And finally, Father, instill in all of us here in Lee County the desire to provide the support and resources necessary for our school district to fulfill the mission we have placed upon it and to take responsibility for the future of all of our children together. This we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Thank you, Pastor. Introducing the cadet who is presenting the national colors for our Pledge of Allegiance tonight is Lieutenant Colonel Timothy Walter, Senior Army Instructor from Lehigh Senior High School. Lieutenant Colonel Walter served 20 years in the Army in numerous assignments and retired as the Professor of Military Science at St. John's University. This is Lieutenant Colonel Walter's 15th year as a JROTC instructor in the district. Welcome and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Presenting the national colors tonight is Cadet Colonel Ernesto Consuega, the Deputy Regimental Commander of the Lehigh Senior High School JROTC. Ernesto is a 3-year member of the Lightning Drill Team, as well as the current Drill Team Commander. He's led various teams to include our Exhibition, Regulation, Color Guard, and our J-Lab team to first-place trophies in the district. He has amassed over 160 community service hours while maintaining a 4.7 GPA. He also was selected to attend and attended the Boy State held in Tallahassee in 2021 and returned as a Boy State Senator. He plans on pursuing a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering after high school as he begins his career in the U.S. Army Reserves. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. This evening's student representative from the District Student Advisory Committee is Christian Whittish, a 9th grader at North Fort Myers High School. Christian is a member of the student government, serving as the class of 2025 president. Congratulations. A member of the youth in government and an ACE honor student. Christian has a GPA of 4.16 and currently as a freshman 84 hours of community services towards the Florida Bright Future Scholarship. Another congratulations. Christian hopes to one day major in political science at FSU or UF. Graduate from Yale Law School with a focus in corporate law. Serve as the governor of Florida, and eventually the U.S. representative or senator. Please welcome Christian Whittish. And just a little sidebar, he also, as a student rep, he also is our, you're still the parliamentarian, correct?
Correct.
He is our parliamentarian. So he also does that and helps us to make sure that everybody stays on track.
Thank you.
So thank you for being here. Really appreciate it. I'm going to turn this over to Christian because you're going to do the character word for March.
Thank you. The character word for March is courage. Courage is resisting to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear. Mark Twain. The design you see displayed on the screen was created by Sheree Lopez, an 11th grade student at Lehigh Senior High School. The School Board of Lee County acknowledges the following events for the month of March 2022. Read Across America Day, March 2nd, 2022. National Day of Unplugging, March 4th through 5th, 2022. National Foreign Language Week, March 7th through 13th, 2022. National Sleep Awareness Week, March 13th through 19th, 2022. Arts in Our School Month, March 1st through 31st, 2022. Irish American Heritage Month, March 1st through 31st, 2022. And National Women's History Month, March 1st through 31st, 2022.
Thank you. Next is public comment. Mr. Prebrino, please address the item of public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. School board policy provides the opportunity at this point in the meeting to address the board concerning any matter on this meeting's agenda or any other matter relevant to the operation of the school district. If you completed a public comment card, please put it in the basket provided at the back of the room. If you need a public comment card, they are located in the hallway provided by our staff. The rules concerning public comment are posted and will be made from the microphone in the back. Please be advised that the board will not respond during public comment to remarks made by speakers. Speakers and those attending the meeting are expected to act in a respectful manner. The purpose of public comment is to provide feedback on school district issues. Abusive language is prohibited. In addition, clapping, hissing, and booing, unreasonably loud and/or offensive language, swearing, cursing, or display of temper during the public comment time is prohibited. Speakers who fail to follow proper decorum in the chambers will be ruled out of order. Any speaker continuing with such remarks will be required to relinquish the microphone per Board Policy 1.11 and may be removed from the chambers. We will take necessary recesses if there is not decorum in the chambers. Per Board Policy 1.11, the time per speaker is 3 minutes if there are 20, 2 minutes if there are 30, and 1 minute if there are 31 speakers or more. The maximum time allotted for public comment is 1 hour, 60 speakers. You will find a countdown on the big screen in the front of the room. Once your time has elapsed, the microphone will automatically shut off. Please state your name when you approach the microphone, and I will call you 5 speakers at a time. Please follow the staff's direction. Madam Chair, we have 23 speakers, so it will be 2 minutes per speaker.
Thank you. Please make sure you have completed a public comment card if you intend to provide public comments. The card is a public record identifying those who speak and providing contact information to staff for follow-up. The cards are located with the staff in the hallway. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address the board but did not fill out a comment card? Please raise your hand. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board? And for the third time, is there anyone in the audience who wish to address the board? Seeing none, Mr. Prebrino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the following individuals please line up? Tara Jenner, Thomas Pound, Denise Nystrom, Kelly Lewis, Tuesday Shannon.
I'm sorry, was there someone with a hand up that I missed? Okay, thank you.
Tara Jenner. I would like to ask the board, when are you going to change the policy from having us stand in the back of the room like second-class citizens and move us back up to the speakers' podiums on either side of the dais, like those individuals who are invited by the school board and the school district to speak, whether it's for the invocation or any other addresses that are done. I strongly suggest that you make it an option as to where people want to speak from, whether it's from one of the two in the front or the one here in the back. Also, I've noted that there is on the agenda, I think it's the second or third reading, to repeal Board Policy 1.181. I think this is long overdue, and because of that, I would also highly recommend that the board consider crafting a brand new policy that specifically states that when an existing policy is contrary to state law or is anticipated to be modified based on state law, that it either be automatically repealed without having to go through the board repeal process, because we will have done a public comment on that new policy. And in the event that there is a new law that comes into play or is anticipated to come into play, that it be adopted and incorporated by reference to existing policies rather than waiting until after that statute is formalized at the state level. I'd like to also mention to the the student representative, if you would, highly encourage you to consider flipping the organization on which you plan on going for elected office. Governor is way more powerful than a state rep or a senator. So just advice there, encourage you in your plans for the future, and wish you the very best. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Thomas Pound. I'm a financial literacy teacher at East Lee County High School. I'm also a licensed stockbroker, insurance producer, and tax specialist. And 3 years ago, we realized that there was a crying need to start teaching financial literacy at East Lee. With the encouragement and support from Dr. Karen Blaise, I took some money out of my pocket, did some studying, got my business certification, and we started the program. It's been a very successful and popular program. And recently, I invited all of you as board members to come watch the class, and Ms. Patrica and Ms. Gittens did so. Ms. Patrica actually participated in one of the games with the kids. And Ms. Gittens, I will let you know that we have a young lady who views you now as a role model, and she appreciates you being there. I have also pitched a virtual option where we can teach this class to students who want to tap into my program virtually from their home school. This has full support from Dr. Spiro and Ms. Olivato. And I just want to let you know, with the possible legislation that's going through the state of Florida where they're going to require personal financial literacy as an elective, I'm just offering my services to you as a district where I can help you with the curriculum, I can help you with setting up the standards, and help training the teachers to make sure that we do this right. I've had 3 years of experience, and it's one of those things I just want to share my knowledge. And so I'm just going to leave it at that and just let you know that if any of you have any questions and want to follow up with me, please reach out to me, and I will be more than glad to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Denise Nystrom. As a former special education teacher, special education administrator, and an assistant superintendent who was a chief negotiator, I support public schools and their employees. I supported Dr. Savage's district hires, and I supported Dr. Bruno's district hires. Tonight, I am speaking in support of the teachers. I was able to clarify that if the district moves from a block schedule to a 7-period day, the teacher instruction time will increase and their prep time will decrease. This is because their workday is not defined in terms of instructional time, prep time, and lunch. I also learned that for 13 years, teachers' pay remains at the same $47,300 per year with no increases. Then their pay increases by $500 per year. Please, no one-time bonuses as a stopgap measure for teachers. Also, it is my understanding that when a teacher gets his or her master's, their salary does not increase unless it is in the same subject area as their bachelor's. Is it not beneficial for the district to have teachers with multiple certifications, and shouldn't everyone who gets a master's get a salary increase? As a measure of good faith, perhaps you could enter into a contract agreement now for next year, define their workday, and give them a salary increase commensurate with the economy in which they are living. Our teachers work very hard, and this year, with the teacher retention and shortage issue, they are under a lot of pressure. I also want to mention the bus drivers because they haven't been mentioned in a while. It has been months, and I'm wondering if there is a fair salary increase on the horizon. The bus drivers' contract is another contract with no defined workday in terms of the runs they do. So with a shortage of 150 bus drivers, their workload increased exponentially this year. Please take care of our employees because they work really, really hard every day.
Will the following individuals please line up? Emmy Shannon, Robert Roper, Alyssa Bernhardt, Christy DiVigelli, Sharon McGill.
Good evening. Wait till they all get up there so that way they're not walking. Okay. Miss Thomas? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
You can restart her clock.
Right,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Lewis. My daughter has been in the public school system for 11 years and is in 10th grade. I have been a very active volunteer for all of those years, with the exception of COVID, of course. I have two major concerns regarding moving from a block schedule to a 7-period schedule. First and foremost is safety. I was actually volunteering this last week at an event, and I was speaking to a local SRO from another school. One school resource officer discussed the difficulty of additional bodies in the hallway. It is harder to monitor crowded hallways for illegal and inappropriate activity. Doubling the hall activity doubles your risk of problems. Our SROs have worked really hard to monitor and improve the safety of our schools, but this is also making their job harder. The second issue is the IB program. This 7-period schedule is showing an option for theory of knowledge as a block format called Theory of Knowledge Seminar. Yet on the IB website, there is no mention of this. IB stands for, as you know, International Baccalaureate, meaning that Lee County School District Chief Academic Officer does not have the power, to my knowledge, to change the IB curriculum. Does this mean then that the students are going to do one entire week of theory of knowledge work in only half of the classroom time? How fair would that be to these IB students? Not just any students, may I remind you, but some of your hardest working, highest achieving students. I feel like that would set them up for failure. As you know, there are students that fail IB and graduate with a regular diploma every year because they couldn't achieve the higher success. Are you trying to...
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening.
My name is Tuesday Shannon, and I'm an active volunteer in my son's school in our community. I represent countless parents and students who couldn't be here this evening. I continue to be disappointed in the school district leadership in this room. Most of you I emailed, including the high school schedule at leeschools.net, and I didn't even receive acknowledgement or a return email. Failure. Failure is happening within our school district. It's not the first time. We're familiar with increased truancy, lower test scores, and decreased graduation rates. However, instead of fixing problems, Dr. Savage is leading our district to failing our students. By moving to 7 periods, you are taking away the ability for our students to explore their interests in high school. You will be failing sports, too. Students cannot manage 7 classes of homework, after-school practices for sports or arts, employment, and have a balanced mental health. You, as a district, have spent thousands of dollars on wellness programs and mentoring, yet you are stripping the students of the opportunity to maintain a healthy balance. What time did your day start, today or yesterday? So yesterday, my son was up at 5:45 a.m. to get ready for school. He had after-school practice until 6 p.m., drove home, had dinner, had AP homework to work on and other homework, went to bed, did not have time to do any practice for his instrument, did not have time to do 3 more subjects of homework, did not have time to go to a job. Thankfully, he doesn't need to, but many students do. Are you telling them they all need to drop out and get their GED because they can't handle it all? Are you telling them that AP, ACE, or IB classes are not important enough to invest their time in, of which many of those classes cannot be taught in the less than 40 minutes of teaching time that will be left to the period after attendance? What are you doing to the teachers? Are you retraining them to teach in a shorter period? The entire board was at Fort Myers High in November as our marching band was invited to participate in the London New Year's Day parade. Now you're going to strip the band of students
Ma'am.
because they are losing electives. Again, I represent many people.
Hello, my name is Emmy Shannon, and I am a current college student and a graduate from Fort Myers High School, class of 2021. I'm home for spring break and am now talking to you about your proposal to go from a block schedule to a 7-period schedule, and most importantly, my disapproval for it. I was a member of the International Baccalaureate program in my high school. The program is not for the faint of heart. You commit yourself to taking college-level classes for 2 years in addition to taking on research papers, presentations, and cumulative exams at the end of your 2 years in each of your subjects. If I had to take each of these subjects each day of high school, I would have failed my exams. I need time to process the information I learned each day. In college, you have your classes spread out. You don't have them every day. By going through a 7-period schedule, you're not preparing your students for the college setting, and you're also failing your students in preparation for these examinations. I took my IB exams this past May. I passed them, and each exam was a minimum of 2 hours long, and many of us had multiple of these exams in one day. How would these students be able to prepare for the length of these tests if they're not even in the classroom for more than 1 hour at a time? You are failing your students. You are not only failing your students academically, but also mentally and emotionally. While in the IB program, I was able to have electives in dance and choir. These electives allowed me to have the much-needed break in my schedule. It allowed me time to be free of the stress of my academics and to do something I loved. And these electives served as my mental break for me, along with many other students in the IB program. My ability to participate in these electives allowed me and several of my friends to earn scholarships for music, dance, and art to our schools that we're going to now. I'm studying music performance and psychology. I have friends who are studying music performance and architecture, music performance, and neuroscience. It's something that's very important to us, and we would not be able to do it if it weren't for this block schedule. So please, I encourage you to keep this block schedule and keep the arts alive and encourage your students to stay involved. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. You can move that down in if that's.
Hello. My name is Alyssa Bernhardt, and I am a junior at North Fort Myers High School. Earlier, you cited your mission, but I'm going to cite your philosophy, which articulates the rights and abilities of all students to learn and establishes a foundation for which all teachers work together to teach all students. I believe that there has been a misunderstanding of this, in the sense that you have made some of our students and teachers feel voiceless on this 7-period schedule. I intend to stand here and tell you why. This change in schedule jeopardizes many aspects of our student life. Myself as an A student and my credits and plan for high school moving forward are all at risk. As a friend of numerous art students, their time and their chance at an arts diploma are all at risk. As a student in general, with the increased pressure that this schedule would place on each individual credit, my mental health is at risk. Not to mention the classes that we have to take online now because they will no longer be offered. Not to mention the lack of electives that we will now have. This will severely limit my time for extracurriculars, for work, for relaxation, or anything else that I find important. As a student who will receive less instructional time when you break down the math for the schedule, my education and all of our education overall is at risk. We as students beg you to please reconsider this schedule. Everyone I have talked to, all of my teachers and all of my friends and everyone else at my school shares these opinions. Thank you.
Christy DiVigili. I have 2 emails I want to read to you guys that I received this week. One's from a teacher and one's from a parent. First one is from a teacher. Says, okay, I don't know how to continue at this point. I'm so ready to quit. I'm feeling so undervalued. I teach part-time and I coach part-time and I have 1 planning period. The district essentially told my admin that I would not be compensated for taking on additional classes because I would have other open times during my day to plan, which to me says that they don't need me to coach, that it's a free space and it holds no value. So why am I here? Every other role in the building will be compensated, but not me because I'm a 50-50 coach. What's the point of my role if it's easily given away to other places? Everyone else is making an extra $100 to cover a class, but me, I won't even get my hourly rate. I'm dispensable. That's the takeaway. The next one I received 2 days ago from a parent. At Gateway High School, in a GSA meeting, a student identifying as a non-binary dog was asked by the teacher running the club to write a list of all of the students that they believed to be a bigot. This same teacher felt it necessary and appropriate to discuss this bigot list with another student in hopes that this student might reason with one of the accused bigots on the list. I switched my child to this school because the last school allowed boys to change in the girls' locker room. And now I'm dealing with this. And they lie to parents and call this club the Gateway Study Association, so, quote unquote, parents don't know what their kids are going to because boomers are homophobic. Can somebody please address both of these emails today at some point? Thank you.
Will the following individuals please line up? Hannah Montrose, David Montrose, Katrina Gunnels, Carla Fox, Janine Schreiber.
Robert Roper. I sent an email to the district asking this question. What is the district's involvement with the American Library Association? The answer was, we are currently not a member of the ALA. However, we do utilize resources to ensure we are meeting best practices. Just 3 months from now, thousands of participants will travel to Washington, D.C. to attend an ALA convention and sign up for sessions such as Drag Queen Story Hour, experience firsthand the benefits of this iconic program, Queering the Library, addressing critical race theory challenges, new environmental justice titles that resonate with kids, diversity reparations, how to be a rainbow ally, promoting books for children starting at birth, with content, I quote, regarding inclusion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer/questioning, intersex, asexual, and all that extends through the rainbow spectrum. In previous conventions, we had topics like, are you going to tell my parents the minor's right to privacy in the library? In one breakout session, librarians presented books like My Brother's Husband, Pregnant Butch, and Lumberjanes. This may be the reason why we can find 45 copies of Lumberjanes scattered across numerous elementary schools, ages 5 to 10. That book received the GLAAD Media Award that honors comic books for excellence in depiction of LGBTQ characters and themes. Maybe this is the reason that we have It's Not the Stork at Bayshore Elementary School with graphic pictures of little boys and girls naked. Or I don't see anybody younger than 4 in here because this book is designed for 4-year-olds, so I'll read. This kind of loving happens when the woman and the man get so close to each other that the man's penis goes inside the woman's vagina.
Good evening, Sharon McGill. I've spent the last 2 days here in this auditorium, and I want to thank the board for that opportunity. But I also want to thank academic services because they are the unsung heroes of what's going on in the classroom. Because without them developing the curriculums and helping the teachers and making them understand, it just wouldn't be possible. So I just want to thank them again. Now, I've listened to these book issues meeting after meeting after meeting. And I don't understand why, when there are solutions and multiple solutions in place to address these issues, that we have to keep spending time on them, when the time could be better spent figuring out how you can help and be a solution to the problem versus adding extra work to the board and to academic services and the curriculum committee. Be a solution, not a problem. Next, I'd just like to address a little bit about the Envision presentation that was done. I was really surprised, not really surprised, but surprised that there were so many of the kids who were having the problems with the phonics. And it makes sense because they weren't in school and they had masks and they weren't able to get that interaction. So I think the solution there is the community and community groups get involved and help the schools with those issues. Get groups of kids together, read to them, interact with them, and help them overcome these obstacles that they've faced. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Montrose. I am 11 years old. I will be doing a short speech. I am proudly lesbian. If you think that I am different, think about the millions of people that are gay, lesbian, or anything LGBTQ. Remember that it is natural. Many species, like penguins or dolphins, can be gay or lesbian. It may sound weird, but it is true. What some people are proposing makes me feel like I and millions of other people, humans on Earth like me, don't matter. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Reset the times.
Hi, my name is Dave Montrose. Hannah's my daughter. She wasn't coached for this. In fact, she wanted to speak and she wrote that herself. I'm a parent, teacher, social worker, and tax-paying citizen. I'm here to state my support for the challenge to instructional and media material process. And I urge you to resist ongoing pressure to alter the process in favor of reactionism. Over the past several months, I have watched increasingly vocal demands for censorship by a small group of people sharing homophobia and conspiracy theories at meetings. Now, I'm not LGBT or plus. Normally, I stay away from culture wars, but this is different. Some of the targeted books are blatantly singled out because they dare to include LGBT plus youth in society. Some of the books identified for banning include And Tango Makes Three, which shows that families can look different, and Being Jazz, My Life as a Transgender Teen, in which a trans youth describes the challenges she faced growing up in a society that doesn't understand her. These books give LGBT plus kids a safe space to love who they are in a world where a lot of people don't love them. Libraries provide kids a safe space to learn about the world and their place in it. Banning books from school libraries because of the prejudices of a small segment of society would be a tremendous injustice to some of our most vulnerable youth and a green light to those who bully them. It's not as much about parents' rights as it is about making some students invisible because their existence makes you uncomfortable. So let me be clear, I'm not in favor of indecency in schools. However, we have a process, let's stick to it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Janine Schreiber. I am a parent. I am also a past educator. I do not agree with the change to 7 periods. Dr. Savage, specifically, I appeal to you to go back to your teaching years, which I know is not that long ago. I also appeal to you as a past math teacher, past in-depth subject teacher, to remember what it's like to teach AP Calc, higher level math, statistics, trig, in a 45-minute class period, after taking attendance, and then teaching the subject matter, how much time is left to go in depth to a math or other academic topic? How many questions from children or kids can be answered? How many examples can be reviewed before the class period time of 45 minutes is over? I'm really mainly here in support of the arts. It's surely a death sentence to any child who is taking an art class, drawing, orchestra, band class. By the time, again, attendance is taken, kids are settled down, instruments are unpacked. You can review a line or two of music, 10 to 15 minutes of music on a sheet before the kids have to pack up. My kid in particular was just given a hard time about going to a next class to talk to a teacher because she was late. Why was she late? Because in a normal class setting, in a band class, they packed up and class was dismissed late. I would say total instruction time, as calculated by number, is increased in the end, but your day-to-day in-depth instruction time is going to be decreased. Money can be saved other ways. If it's money and time,
Will the following individuals please line up? Robert Harrison, Todd Riox, Sarah Grace, Marsha Ellis, Annette Sloan.
My name is Katrina Gunnels. I spent 24 years working in intervention and working with struggling students. I'm here today to address the issue of the 7-period day and my concerns that I feel have not been adequately addressed by the information currently available to us. The first thing I would like to acknowledge, and I particularly appreciate Dr. Savage's comments earlier today in a meeting, that switching to a 7th-period day will not stop the teacher shortage. The teacher hemorrhaging that we're experiencing here and nationally, isn't going to be stopped by switching class periods. I think everyone is aware of that. We've been talking about it for years. It's now arrived, and people are scrambling for a solution. This is not an effective solution. The mass exodus of teachers, I predict you will see at this end of this year, the 10 to 14 teachers will save at each school, is not going to tip the balance. That being said, I do appreciate the candor and the admission that, in fact, they know that this problem is much bigger than just switching schedules. I also was impressed by the amount of time spent addressing the change in the schedules with our advanced students. I think, however, what has not been adequately addressed in any way is addressing our students who are served through our ESE department, our ESOL students, our students who are just simply behind, whether it's because of the disrupted education or it's because they fell behind way back in 3rd grade. An answer to our questions that says your APC will address that by flexibly scheduling is absolutely inappropriate response. They are our most at-risk students. At my school, we have a program that works with an $8 million grant.
Good evening, Board. My name is Charla Fox, and I am a teacher in the Lee County school system for more than 20 years. I'm a former student of the Lee County school system. I have experienced the 7-period day, the 4x4 block. As things are currently, I am in support of keeping the 4x4 block until you can show us that it will not adversely affect our students. I would suggest very possibly, I was going to end with this, but I'll start with this, that you take some of those schools, high schools that might be truly interested in doing a 7-period day and do those as a pilot program to see how much change that could do. One of the things that is going to happen with this program, or with going to a 7-period day, is that each school will lose, high school will lose approximately 10 teaching positions. That's the 140 that we're trying to cover in the school district. Ladies and gentlemen, that means that teachers teaching at high school are going to have to teach at the elementary and middle school level, because we have been told that those teachers will not lose the ability to teach in the Lee County school system. But if there are not classes at the high school for them because of the 7-period day, they'll have to go teach elsewhere. We will lose some of our best people. Also, I would like to address, many people have addressed a number of aspects. The one that I have not heard addressed currently is about our certification programs. We have at my school, we have construction, we have welding, we have engineering, we have firefighting, medical. These are all programs that need to be done in a block schedule. There is not time to do appropriate instruction, hands-on instruction, in a short time.
Good evening. My name is Robert Harrison. I'm the attorney for Fresh Air Solutions.
Mr. Harrison, I do have to point out, if you're here to make any statements with regards to a particular item in front of the board tonight, I do want to point out Board Policy 6.07, subsection 7, which discusses from the time that a formal solicitation is released until such time as an award is made by the school board, vendors are prohibited from lobbying school board members, district employees, or any community member appointed to serve on the relevant selection committee regarding the formal solicitation. All inquiries must be written and directed to the Department of Procurement Services. So if you want to send something to the department, that is the proper way to address any grievance with regards to any agenda items regarding Fresh Air Solutions.
I'm here to provide some background information on a matter that's on here, that's coming before the board tonight. It's not a grievance. I'm trying to give some background information.
So let me give you the definition of lobbying. Pursuant to Board Policy 6.07, subsection 7A, lobbying is defined as any action taken by an individual, firm, association, joint venture, partnership, syndicate, corporation, and all other groups who seek to influence the governmental decision of school board members, district employees, or any community member appointed to serve on the relevant selection committee on the award of a contract. Lobbying by any respondent or any individual on behalf of a vendor will result in rejection or disqualification of said response. So if you have a comment that does not fall within that definition, please proceed.
I'm slightly confused. So I'm trying to give background information to the board as a whole. It's just like there's matters before the board that people here have been giving background on everything here tonight. I am not individually lobbying an individual. That would be wrong. I am here presenting something to the board. Lobbying would be something to an individual. And I have some important background information that I would like to give to the board here tonight as to what's going on.
Mr. Harrison, I've read you the definition. If your comment does not fall within that definition, please proceed. If it does, then the appropriate process pursuant to our board policy is to make a written and directed inquiry to the Department of Procurement Services.
Okay, if you think I'm getting into that point, please tell me and I'll be happy to stop. But I believe I'm giving background to what's been happening here dealing with Fresh Air Solutions. So, would you like me to
proceed if you're not going to violate the policy?
Okay. 3 years ago, when Fresh Air Solutions was coming up before the board on the IAQ contract, an unsigned letter purportedly from an associate of Fresh Air Solutions owner was sent to the board asserting improprieties by Fresh Air Solutions in regards to Hurricane Irma billing. An investigation revealed that the letter was a fake. The purported author confirmed he did not write the letter, and this board approved the IAQ bid. Unfortunately, there's a cancerous group in this community, undeterred by the board's action, disseminated these false and defamatory allegations, along with a baseless claim that my client had threatened members of this group and our board members. It goes without saying that if there's any truth to these claims, law enforcement would have been involved. As a result of this, key members of this organization were served with cease and desist notices. Now, 3 years later, the false Hurricane Irma billings has resurfaced. Last week, upon seeing on tonight's agenda that Fresh Air Solution was being reviewed, I reached out to you, Ms. Dupé-Bruno, to find out what was being reviewed. Yesterday, I learned that there was some type of review was being conducted by Homeland Security. I contacted the agent. It was reported that Fresh Air Solutions, while not doing any cleanup work at Forest City Lake, billed for this work. The investigator was skeptical. He had already determined, he had interviewed employees, found out a contractor was cleaning there. I provided him contract information for all the people from Fresh Air Solutions that work there. So Homeland Security now is the latest victim of this cancerous group, wasting their resources to reinvestigate a claim that was debunked 3 years ago. And so after speaking, that's the time we got cut off there at the beginning. Thank you.
Todd Ryu. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I stand here as a bus driver. Been driving for Lee County since 2016. Since I've been here, this place has gone down. And listen, I love what I do. I pick up kids in the morning. I wake up early in the morning, 4 o'clock. My wife just came in. She gets up at 3:30 in the morning. We don't get home till 8 o'clock at night. I do between 4, 5, and 6 schools. I've been watching the negotiations on YouTube. And I'm sorry to say, but you guys did not wake up. It was proposed 2.5%, 38 cents. Then it was proposed 5% for a 2-year contract. Oh, I hope you guys can sleep at night. I come to work faithful every day. Because I am here tonight, they had to cover my Three Oaks Middle and part of my Spring Creek. But I made it a point to come here. And a lot of drivers aren't here because we are working. Last Friday, they were looking for drivers to go do a Franklin Park after-school program, and nobody answered the radio. You remember that old Star Trek movie? We've given it all we've got, Captain. We've given it all we've got, Captain. Drivers are talking today. One said, if the gas goes up 10 cents, I cannot afford to come back to work. My truck's going to stay parked. You guys aren't listening. Lee County is a big county. If you can't provide from the school, go to Lee County. We're a big county.
Hello, my name is Sarah Grace, and I am a sophomore and an A student at North Fort Myers High School. I am also a Girl Scout United Club member, cheerleader of 2 different associations, as well as a member of SGA as a treasurer. As you can see, I am very excited and willing student. Now, I come to talk about the 7-period schedule. First, I have no clue what math you did or where you got that we have 15 extra days at the end of the year with this schedule. I have done the math with one of my teachers, and for the 8-period schedule, we have 340 minutes a day for a class, and for 7-period schedules, we only have 322 minutes a day. There's also more time in the day at a 7-period schedule that kids are out of class because of the class switchings. Because of this, because of the less time in class, we will also have extra homework and less time to do extracurricular activities. This also causes that we cannot take higher classes such as double block. I want to be in my electives and take higher level math. This does not take into account that can work. To be in this higher level math, I do this to compete because we are not only competing with the schools in the Lee County, but we are also competing with schools across the country, or even outside of the district, which is like private schools like Canterbury. I am not even an art student, which does not take into account, which I assume that these students will have a harder time with this, even harder than A students. This will hurt scholarships such as Bright Futures because we also need two languages to get that. We also have the mission statement.
Will the following individuals please line up? Jen Wata, Joe Phillips, Jacqueline Perez.
Marcia Ellis. Tonight, I would like to address the communication policy of the district. And the reason why I think it would be beneficial to revise this, and it's necessary to revisit these policies, is because, first of all, the employees of the district are familiar with what the great successes are of our schools and the great successes of public education. And they're also the strongest advocates for students. Second, leaders of schools, such as the administration pool, the district specialist, they have expertise in topics that the public would benefit from learning about. Third, there seems to be a disconnect. And there's a disconnect between the schools and the public about what is actually going on there. And there's a disconnect also between the schools and the political sphere about what's actually happening in the school. And I think the people who would be best to address that disconnect are the folks that are actually working in the schools. Next, the employees of education, we have our boots on the ground, and we have real-time information to help inform the public and shape policy, because policies are rapidly changing in a rapidly changing, uncertain world. Employees don't feel comfortable talking, and this is suppressing leaders from emerging from the education sector. Our community is suffering from that. Also feel like that being able to talk is important if we value home rule. And that's an important component of local government. Right now, that communication is limited to just a very few people, and those are the same people who are sharing information. I want to hear from the leaders I've been privileged to work with. Thank you.
Go ahead. Do you see what he's doing? Do you see what the man sitting in front of you is doing? I don't understand that. What's that symbol?
Hi, the name is Jennifer Wada. I'm here to talk about piggyback from last week about indoctrination. I want to read what it means, the process of teaching a person or group to accept a set of beliefs uncritically, okay? And just in case you guys don't know what that means, uncritically means with a lack of criticism or consideration of rather something is right or wrong, okay? So for this gentleman, I want to piggyback on him. We absolutely need something to be done with the books, okay? And the other gentleman that spoke last week, Mr. Roper, I come from a Christian family as well. I do not want my children reading books that was described last week. As a matter of fact, I think it made you all sick, and it made me nauseous. I had to leave, literally sick to my stomach. And I know you all took a recess because of the words that you were hearing, the books from our library. Okay, yeah, we need to come up with some type of solution, and I agree with that. Okay? People should not be picked on, should not be bullied, although we are a bullied district. Okay? My kid came to me about the mask issue. He was afraid not to wear it because he's afraid to get bullied. Afraid to get bullied. So I understand, sir, where you're coming from, the 11-year-old, okay? Because this is a bullied district. They can't do something about it. They can't come up with it. They just keep on passing the buck, passing along. We need to do something about the books. I'm a Christian family. I don't want my child reading about gender indoctrination. Okay, it's my job to do that. Everybody else wants to raise my kid, except me. Thank God for our governor who put those rights in place. Okay, because let me tell you, I am a retired mom that is involved now. Because I moved here, remember? A-rated school 15 years ago. I loved you people. Loved you people. And now I cannot say the same.
My name's Smoking Joe. I'm a man of faith, so I wholeheartedly believe that all dark things shall come to light. Sadly, the illumination is at the expense of tax-paying citizens. While Attorney Deputy Bruno is busier covering up for Chris Patrica than a three-legged cat in a litter box, ties to questionable vendors come to light yet again. Why are we not investigating political and financial vendor ties with board members? Asking for your resignations is no longer sufficient. We, the citizens of Lee County, want investigations and transparency, not in the fashion this board has conveniently used in the past to clear themselves. Need an example? How about whistleblower Dominic D'Souza? Dominic has served the district for 10 years in the transportation department with a flawless employment history. That was until the summer of 2021 when he exposed theft of employee time. One would think Dominic should have been commended for exposing this misuse of taxpayers' money. But this board, not so much. Yes, this board was cleared after an investigation, which you paid for with taxpayer dollars to hire the investigators of your choice. Why simply not hand it over to OIG or FDLE, which would have cost the district nothing? But you couldn't control the outcome. The ability to self-investigate sounds like the bad sequel to Goodfellas, ran by Big Polly Patrica. I spoke with Mr. D'Souza this afternoon before I came and informed him what I planned to say. His voice crackled. His only words were thank you. Let this mafioso-run board be put on notice. You're out of time. We're going to expose your crime. We the people demand an investigation, one done properly through the OIG and the FDLE. Mr. D'Souza, he's a hero. Faith family in Florida, I'm Smoking Joe.
Good evening, Board. On May 21st, approximately 2019, right outside these doors, I was accosted by the owner of Fresh Air Solution in the presence of Ramey Hall, Kathy Mayo, Patty Bigelow, Randy Scott, and another individual, where he threatened me and threatened board member Melissa Giovanelli. That is a fact. The two officers in this room came outside to assist me while he threatened me and told me, do you know who I effing am? Do you know who you're messing with? Do you know what's gonna happen to you and your friend in 2 days? And 3 days later, Melissa Giovanelli was a fabricated ethics complaint was filed against her. In the course of me trying to find out what was going on, I went to visit a banker friend on Palm Beach Boulevard at the Regions Bank, where I discovered he had actually notarized a document, an ethics complaint against Melissa Giovanelli. So it proved that he was working in collusion with Chris Patrica. Now you want facts? Look at the Florida Auditor General's report that proves that on item 2 and 3, there was malfeasance of millions of dollars from the IAQ contract. That's what we need to know. Those are facts. And as for your cease and desist, you can shove them in your ass, okay? Another thing this board needs to know.
Make sure that you are addressing us, please.
Another thing this board needs to know is that you are being investigated by the federal government because there are questions that need to be answered on how procurement is handling bids, on how vendors are behaving. This vendor called the coordinator of maintenance and begged him today to be a witness for him, to vouch for him. He has been calling people out there. They've been calling me and informing me of this. This needs to be investigated.
Madam Chair, there's no further comments.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank each and every one of our students who have come here to speak on their issues today. That takes a lot to do, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come out here and share with us. And I just really, when I hear that, people are saying, we're setting our children up for failure, And there are people concerned about the arts, which I know we've had multiple conversations about that, about the arts, about our children with ESE, our children with English language, or English language learners. I can't even speak tonight. But I know we've had that conversation numerous times, and Dr. Savage, I'm going to ask you again, and even with the certificate programs, I know that was a question that was brought up as well, making sure to ensure that these students have the ability to make sure that they can finish their certificates and they're not going to be hindered, and how the class time would be adjusted for them to do that. Just, if you could just do like a really, and I know we spoke about this today, and unfortunately, and even the two languages, there's so many different things that have been spoken about this evening, so I just, like, just trying to get the highlights of those. But I also want to thank really quick, because I know they're tired, our bus drivers. We do see you, we do hear you, and that's we do understand that you're still in negotiations. Dr. Savage?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'm probably not going to do it justice. I tried to keep notes of each one and highlight when there were specific ones that were the 7-period day. Just for those who don't feel like they have the best answer, I know that there is a evolving FAQ that is attempting to capture the themes of the questions that were received, pointing directly to the resources, and there's a few different presentations that have attempted to address some of these. Some of the concerns that were raised are some of the concerns that, frankly, I have, and that some of the team also would acknowledge. And one, right out of the gate, one of the very first comments made was safety concerns. When you go to a 7-period day, you are increasing the amount of time in transition. So the challenge there is more time in the hallways. That is not something that ever, as a school administrator, I ever liked. I always wanted to minimize the time in the hallways. One of the benefits of that additional hallway transition time is it gives people more of a mental break, allows them to get a drink of water, use the restroom at less, at times that are more opportune for that piece. The other piece that kind of addresses in that, one of the advantages of the 7-period day is that trying to benefit from an attention span standpoint, that maintaining attention span for 40, 84, 83 minutes can be a challenge. And in the 7-period day, the trade-off there is you're getting a very robust moment in time. I think one of the other concerns that was made had to do with not getting into more in-depth content such as calculus and some of these career academies, firefighting, medical, and again, that is one of the challenges that is perfectly fair. The current block schedule, the way it was designed in an every other day academic environment, oftentimes the schedule called for 2 lessons being taught in one session. And the reality is most times teachers couldn't get those two lessons done in that 84-minute time period. So they end up getting less coverage and end up not really getting the level of breadth of curriculum coverage. For some of these sections, as was mentioned in the presentation earlier today, they're actually going to be very strategic in the blocking of courses together. Because 7-period day is not really a new idea. Historically, when there were classes where you needed that back-to-back time period, that can be accommodated through the master schedule process. Really, one that really stuck out to me was, that of course it won't stop the teacher shortage, but the ESE students, ESOL students, and students who are behind. For many of these students, specifically students who are behind, there's really 2 different ways to approach this. First is credit deficiency. This certainly does not help in a credit deficiency standpoint because obviously more class sections available means more opportunity to recover credit. But from a learning standpoint, the trade-off there is that the time you do get with a teacher direct face-to-face is definitely increased in this particular model. So you're getting more direct experience, which is to increase then the level of learning that is available to students who really need it to be explained and have ample opportunity to practice. But for credit recovery, it is one of the challenges. The issue, though, is that many of our credit recovered classes are done virtually as it is. So virtual classes can often be done outside of school hours during the summer programming as well. I just had to. I tried to tackle as many of them as I could.
I know. I was trying to write as much as I could as well. But I know that we have their information, and I know like who spoke on what. So perhaps we can reach out to those individuals to better assist and answer the questions.
Absolutely.
If that would work.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. And then also because then there was the other concern about the teachers. and losing 10 positions at each school. So that's, we heard that today.
That's really a rough estimate, Madam Chair. I don't want to be taking the 10 across the board. The other issue is, as we mentioned earlier, probably the most important thing for the teachers to hear is just to be aware that we experience as a natural part of our attrition process from a staffing standpoint. We always have every single year for many, 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 many years a significant number of vacancies. This will help, but it will not eliminate that need as well. So for high school teachers, we lose high school teachers via retirement, via leaving to go other places, changing careers. So the intention is not to take this abundance of additional high school teachers and push them into middle school or into areas where they're not certified. It's more that this will attempt to mitigate some of the natural shortage that we find on an annual basis, as well as that's been exacerbated by the current issue, which is greater than normal shortages. And again, that's a national phenomenon we're seing as well.
And then my last final thing would be, of course, the bus drivers, we do understand there's a shortage. And I know for a fact, because I've been helping to pick up my own grandkids and getting them to schools, and I had several phone calls last night of parents who, because of the fact that they added more stops, their children in elementary school are having to be out there at 4:30 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So before high school kids. So if the negotiations could get finished, that would be great.
We continue to prioritize all of our workforce, including our bus drivers, who we know work incredibly challenging hours. While they do have the ability to earn overtime by covering additional routes, we certainly want to take care of them. We also know it's a very competitive credential with the CDL, which we don't often mention, that it's very competitive in that marketplace for those credentials. So we really value our drivers. They love children. Many of them could do those other jobs. They choose to drive our students, so we certainly appreciate them.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll go ahead and reach out to the ones that had the questions regarding the schools and everything. Okay, thank you. So moving on, the next is the approval of the action items on the agenda under consent. The documentation for action items listed under consent is made available to board members 7 business days prior to the board meeting. We are expected to review all the materials, and we have an opportunity to speak with the superintendent with any questions we may have regarding the recommendations. Some of these items have also been briefed or workshopped with the board in advance of appearing on the action agenda. Board members, are there any agenda items you wish to pull for discussion under the unfinished business table items portion of the agenda? Ms. Giovanelli?
I have none.
Ms. Fisher?
I have none this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Patrica?
No, thank you.
Ms. Gittens?
I have one, L7.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
I have one, L4.
Ms. Morgan?
I have none.
I have none. Is there a motion to approve the agenda consent action items with the exception of the pulled items L7 and L4?
Excuse me, before you move forward with motion, I was just advised that board members have to refresh their screen so that the good cause items can come up.
Sorry, could you refresh your screens, please?
Thank you.
Okay. Again, is there a motion to approve the agenda's consent items with the exception of the pulled items L7 and L4? Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, I move to accept the consent agenda items with the exception of L7 and L4.
I second.
Thank you. Okay, motion by Ms. Vaughn and seconded by Ms. Gittens, and please record your votes.
Has it come up already?
Just did.
Did everybody have an
Again, the
opportunity to
6
refresh?
Right there. Just double click that. You have to join again.
I know. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Ms. Thomas, is it coming through? Oh, I see it. Okay, 7-0, motion passes. Dr. Savage, please, you were waiting, you thought I was going to forget it. Dr. Savage, please introduce any administrators in attendance with a new assignment that was approved under the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair, it'd be my pleasure to recognize 3 administrators here in attendance today. First is Sean Brady, and maintenance services from our maintenance supervisor of trades and pest control to coordinator maintenance services. I'd also like to recognize Christopher Stuber, maintenance services from maintenance assistant supervisor crafts to coordinator maintenance services. And I'd also like to recognize Jessica Bwain from Curriculum and Instruction Innovation Elementary, from Literacy District Coach to Assistant Principal, Allen Park Elementary. Those were all of our administrative appointments.
Congratulations, each and every one of you. And you're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to leave. It's up to you. But thank you so much. We're glad that you were here, and again, congratulations. Okay, so moving forward, we have 2 pulled items to address. Dr. Savage, please read your recommendation on pulled item L7, please.
Okay. We'll start with L7 then. L7 is the approval for Amendment 1 and cost increases to the Phase 2A pre-construction budget estimate for Veterans Park Academy for the Arts renovation in the amount of $55,000 to include the design of a campus master plan, bringing the total project cost to $17,748,272. Approval authorizes the superintendent to execute all necessary documents.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt Dr. Savage's recommendation?
I move we adopt the superintendent's recommendation for Amendment 1 and cost increase to Phase 2A pre-construction budget estimate.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Okay, the item has been moved by Ms. Morgan and seconded by Ms. Fisher. Is there any discussion? And Ms. Gittens, you pulled that, so I will.
Yes, I did. And forgive me for doing it at the last minute, but we did have a briefing this afternoon, and it just, again, cemented in my mind that I had to do this. Number one, because 6 months to a year down the road, as the cost continues to rise for this project, my conscience will not let me just go ahead and approve as it continues to go up. Like I said this afternoon, I would be the first one to buy a ticket for a performance at a premier theater in Lehigh. I would buy a season ticket. But when I was told by Ms. Eba and Dr. Savage about a year and a half, 2 years ago, I received a phone call and they said, you're going to be very excited. We are really putting forth a plan to increase the building of schools in the East Zone because they're needed. And it was on the 5-year plan. And I heard again today that we will indeed have 2 schools, 2 middle schools within the next 10 years. Our students are sitting in portables that are 20 years old. And when you purchase portables, it's a temporary fix. We have this year, and I believe next year, a plethora of portables that are reaching that 20-year level. I have absolutely nothing against having performing arts centers. I am not against the arts, so please do not put that out there that I am against the arts and I don't like them and all. That is absolutely not true. Not at all. I understand the ability to help some students as they go to into the arts, and it helps them to want to come to school and to do all that. It has nothing to do with the arts. It has to do with the fact that they said ever so small, but we're losing seats with this project, and it was stated again this afternoon. We can't afford to lose seats. When the new middle school was built, this board did not make the decision to move one group of students from one school to the next. It did not come before the board, it was just done. And I would have fought it for all I'm worth at that point, because that new school was a potential 1,450 seats once they added the other part of it. Additional seats. By moving children from one school to the next, we lost those 1,450 seats. And if I'm wrong, please say that I am, but we did not gain all of the seats that come with a brand new school. We did not get to name it. We did not get to talk about the colors or anything that had to do with it. And I'm sorry, those that think, you know, the arts is that I'm against it. I'm really not. But when you have middle schools that are still as crowded as ours are, when you have potential for seats this school year that sat empty, and to me it goes back to planning, and I keep saying this. This is a wonderful district. We do some wonderful, great things. We hear about it all the time. But when we're not taking care of first things first, I just don't understand where the priority comes in. I don't understand how continuing to add money because the project changes, and we could have taken that money and added an addition onto one of the other schools. I just don't understand it, and I cannot look back 6 months from now and see and have someone sit there and tell me, well, you voted on it. I can't. And I pulled it because the rest of the things on the agenda tonight are fine, but I can't sleep at night thinking that we have not changed our condition. I've been on this board 3 years, going on 4. We haven't changed the condition in some situations. I just can't do it.
Okay, thank you. Any other thank you, Dr. Savage.
Just because I want to make sure, and I know this is a very confusing topic, and I understand, and I just know that if, you know, I want to point folks to resources. So if anyone kind of wants to really understand this very complicated conversation, I think probably the best part that can do it is page 97 out of our 170-page final budget from this year. The call that Ms. Gittens is referencing was actually not 2 years ago. It was really just last April or May when we knew we were putting final touches on the capital plan for this upcoming budget that was then fully adopted in this past fall. The reason why I would point people to page 97 of the 170-page budget book is because in a single page, it outlines what's planned, not in 10 years, which is what was said just now, but the next 5 years, which if you compare it to any prior capital plan that we had submitted, you just have to put them side by side and it'll tell you everything you need to know, which is, very quickly, all the 4 different land acquisitions that are budgeted: Elementary East J, the East Zone Pre-K Innovation School, East Middle MM, which was then turned into the Lambs Building, an addition building for the Lambs Building, not just an additional East Middle School, but a second East Middle School and an East High School, Gateway High, the finishing payments for Gateway High, the Lehigh Senior Edition, which again had its final payouts, the remodel of the pre-K at James Stevens, the Riverdale High remodel that was currently in process, the G. Weaver Hips Pre-K Center, and then a number of other things, varsity sidewalks, the actual remodel of the Veterans Park, Old Lambs buildings, how it's listed here. So all the money that's being done to upgrade all the plumbing, all the fixtures, all the things that we were able to do because we displaced students in that building, we now could do the active construction that we would never have been able to do if the building had been occupied. And then last in the East Zone, an East Technical Center. All of these are budgeted projects within 5 years. So if you compare that to the prior year, which I'm not going to do for the sake of time, but for anyone who wants to see that, you'll see a drastic difference. And so that's when we talk about the shift in priorities. We're specifically talking about those priorities. These were not planned in this way, not nearly what was there. So that's the excitement. And again, I want to credit Ms. Gittens because her advocacy in this particular area as a board member, she has rung the bell for the East Lee area as consistently as any person I've ever met. And I'm so grateful for her service to this community and specifically to Lehigh and the East Zone because she continued to ring a bell on this. But it's very important from a factual standpoint that people have access to. This is how an organization sets their priorities, by budgeting monies to it and then hold people accountable to are they on progress for those years, because it takes multiple years to build a school, to design it, to procure the land for it, to do the engineering for it, to do all the site work on it, to build it, and then get it open. And it's a very complicated thing to explain to people, but this budget document does an excellent job of putting it in a single page. Now, it's page 90, if you're in the PDF version, page 97 of 170, that's probably the easiest way to find it. So I just wanted to give that as an extra tool for everyone.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair, may I please respond?
Yes, Ms. Gittens.
I understand this afternoon I did hear Ms. Ebos say that we would have 2 new schools in 10 years. No one has said anything about in 5 years. And when I was told a possibility of 5 years, it was including a possible acquisition of a school, the middle school in Gateway. We never really, and I understand that that did not happen for whatever reason. I know the budget is there. And I know that you're saying within a certain amount of time. I know how long it takes to do a school. I have suggested that we even do additions. In some of these schools, we have so many portables behind them. If you move the portables and add an addition to the school, the case would be closed. We had a whole school of portables behind Lehigh Senior this year that sat empty. And I understand what you're saying. I can go to page 97 and I can see what's coming, but it's just always been coming. And this project seems that it is much more important than what is coming. That's just the way I see it. I'm sorry, you cannot convince me that of any different. I have been told on many occasions, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And bottom line is we lost seats this year. And they admitted it this afternoon.
Ms. Giovanelli.
I just want to say real quick, I commend Ms. Gittens in her advocacy for the East Zone because they did make some changes and they're listening. So you are making a difference. So I just, want to say how I appreciate that. I think this is all about priorities, and Dr. Savage just said that. And so finally, the priorities are shifting. It's a slow process. I just would like to bring up just a little something today because it makes me think about it. This morning, we had 3 expulsion hearings. They were all East Zone students. Mm-hmm. That's because they are overcrowded. So we have to do better because it's up to us to do better. However, I will not hold up the progress because the train has left the station. So I will support this tonight, but I do want to commend Ms. Gittens for her advocacy for the East Zone because she is making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli, but I did want to make mention, though, the portables that were from Lehigh, they are for Franklin Park. So those are going to be used, so that way we can get that moving too, because we have a lot of other things. We brought up Bay Shore today, putting something out there to help the East Zone as well. So yes, thank you so much for constantly bringing that up, because it needs to be heard. It's being heard. We're trying to build and do as quickly as we can, but as you just mentioned too, things take time to develop, and we have other items on the table throughout the county as well.
But I've heard that for 3.5 years, and I'm sorry, I won't say anything else.
Is there any other comments regarding this? No. Okay, seeing none, we will take a hand vote. Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Vaughn?
Aye.
Ms. Gittens?
Nay.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Aye.
Ms. Fisher?
Aye.
And aye. Motion carries 6-1. Dr. Savage, could you please read your recommendation for pulled item L4?
Yes, Madam Chair. The item L4 is recommended to approve to renew ITN number N18733-4LN for indoor air quality environmental consulting, asbestos, lead abatement, microbial remediation, remodeling, and painting, awarded to American Management Resources Corporation, Fresh Air Solutions of Southwest Florida, and Legale Enterprises Incorporated, otherwise known as Captain Steamer Carpet Cleaner, Captain's Complete Restoration, Repairs, and Remodeling for the first renewal period of February 26, 2022 through February 25th, 2023. Fresh Air Solutions will not be provided any projects pending the completion of a review. The estimated not to exceed expenditure for the renewal period is $2,800,000 pursuant to the same terms and conditions as previously approved by the board. Approval authorizes the superintendent to execute all related documents.
Thank you, Dr. Savage. Is there a motion to adopt Dr. Savage's recommendation? Ms. Morgan?
I move we approve Dr. Savage's recommendation to renew ITN number N18733-4LN, Indoor Air Quality Environmental Consulting.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. And do I have a second?
Second that.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. So it was moved by Ms. Morgan, seconded by Ms. Fisher, and discussion. Ms. Vaughn, you pulled this? I'm going to let you.
Yes, I did pull it. I will not be supporting this $2.8 million one-year contract renewal because of one aspect of what is written on our board docs. Fresh Air Solutions will not be provided any projects pending the completion of a review. We had a rather lengthy discussion of this yesterday at the workshop, and I will quickly summarize my point of view and what I asked for on this. The first thing is I object to the language completion of a review. I find that too vague. In reality, it is the completion of an investigation. Now, Mr. Harrison himself, the lawyer, the attorney for Fresh Air Solutions, brought up details on that. What he said was that there is an investigation going on by the Department of Homeland Security, and he cited one particular invoice from the past. Now, I don't know anything about that investigation. I'm not privy to those details. It may be just that one thing, and it may turn out just fine in a very short time for Fresh Air Solutions, or there may be more things, or it may go on. But what I asked for yesterday, which is why I cannot support this, is that I wanted the vague language taken from this description on board docs. I wanted to see something official, a letter or an official document signed that said, instead of review, because our initial information from our board attorney was that is under review by our legal department. No, that's not good enough for me. If we have a vendor who is currently under investigation by the Department of Homeland Security, a federal agency. As I said yesterday, this isn't some rinky-dink thing that some PI decided, oh, we're going to. No, this is Department of Homeland Security. I want it documented and signed from this school district that this vendor will not be provided any projects pending the completion and the, I'm not sure what the legal word be, maybe exoneration, or I'm not sure what word, their successful, for Fresh Air Solutions, successful ending of the investigation. And then they will move on as part of this contract. I am very uncomfortable with this vague language. I don't think it has any real teeth to it. I know that this particular vendor has a history and has connections, and I want to see legal teeth from our school district that there will be no exceptions made because of possible historical connections or connections to other people that are associated with our school district. This is why I will not be supporting this. That's all I have to say on it.
Any more comments? Ms. Gittens?
Well, now that she brought out that sentence, it is confusing to me that it says, will not be provided any projects pending the completion of review, but then the next sentence says the estimated not to exceed expenditure pursuant to the same terms and conditions. It's a little confusing to me. Are we not giving them projects, or are we giving them projects up to 2.8? Is that something, Attorney, through the chair, Attorney Bruno, can we ask that? Or is that something that is, because it's pending, we cannot?
So this specifically says that that particular vendor will not receive any projects pending the review. And that's exactly what it means. I do not want to go into any additional details, given the nature and the circumstances of what we are looking at. And I would caution board members to be very careful too with your statements, because we do need to be careful. We do not know what the outcome of any of this will be. So we must be and choose our words very carefully from the dais.
So is this saying then, the last sentence, the estimated not to exceed expenditure, blah, 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 is in reference to whom? The above
The other
state-
vendors. That's relating to the other vendors.
Which are Captain Steamer and who else?
It's
just one other one?
No, it's, let me find the names up here.
So indoor air is separate from fresh air. So indoor air is still in. Microbial remediation.
No, that's the
And-
service.
oh, that's what they do.
Yeah, they're
And
the-
Captain Steamer. So
Yes.
is that just the two?
Yes, there'll be two that's left.
So there's three, and of the three, only two are referred to in that last sentence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments? Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, so I'm going to agree with Ms. Vaughn and Ms. Gittens. The verbiage is too vague at this point in time. I also, speaking with the director of maintenance, yesterday, he recommended a rebid. So at this time, I won't support this, and we'll wait for the resolution of the investigation. Thank you.
Ms. Patrica?
If I may direct a question to Dr. Savage through the chair.
Yes, please.
Dr. Savage, have there been any issues with quality, responsiveness, quality of work performed on our campuses, et cetera, for any of these vendors?
I've received no issues of concern from the maintenance department who supervises the work that is done by the vendors.
Okay, thank you. And the rest of my comments, I think, are directed at my colleagues, and please forgive me in advance if I say things that are off-putting to you. I've tried really hard, Ms. Fisher in particular, to take the Chris out of what I'm about to say, because I know it's not what you say, it's how you say it, so I'm trying really hard to temper my comments here. But I do find myself a little bit sad here as we discuss this issue. I felt like we as a governance team were beyond this kind of behavior where we were raising issues based on rumor and innuendo. This was a practice of some members of the board in the past. Loose allegations have been made based on previous investigations that resulted in findings of no wrongdoing. Just to refresh the board's recollection, this is about the T. Francel letter from 2019. And while some members of the board and some members of the public don't like the findings of that investigation, there is no proof that that investigation was conducted improperly. Further, we do have a specific outside agitator that we're all aware of that's behind really all of this. And that agitator has a documented history of filing complaints which are found to be baseless, and then refiling the same complaints with other agencies ad nauseum, each to be determined as baseless. I do have significant concerns about statements made at the table yesterday and in email communications to the board and the board attorney regarding the vendor in question. Defamatory statements made by members of the public are on them, but statements made by us at this table and in public records, in my opinion, make the board and the district vulnerable to claims of defamation. Allegations of unfair favoritism have been made against the district in favor of a specific vendor, yet the data provided by the district does not support that allegation. We received information yesterday that Captain's Steamer Carpet Cleaner has been awarded $319,604 in projects. Fresh Air Solutions has been awarded $337,844,000 in projects. And AMR Corp has been awarded $558,792 in projects. I see no evidence on the face of those numbers of any kind of favoritism or treatment in favor of one vendor over another. The point, in my opinion, the point of the procurement process is really to insulate us at the board table and staff from favoritism. It's to eliminate favoritism in support of all vendors and to eliminate unfair bias against all vendors that seek to do business with the district. No employee or board member can have a favorite and expect that vendor to be awarded a bid based on that favoritism. Likewise, no employee or board member can have a personal bias against a vendor and expect that vendor to be denied a bid or a contract based on that bias. Yet that's what I feel is being attempted here by some members. Not liking a vendor and stating generalized and unproven allegations against a vendor is not a reason to deny a bid. In terms of email communications regarding Attorney Dupree Bruno's involvement in this matter, I take exception to the allegation that the school board attorney has acted unethically. While I don't always agree with Attorney Dupree Bruno, I have never, ever questioned her ethics. And I will say that this board has put her in some difficult ethical conundrums on several occasions. I believe her ethics and ethical conduct are beyond reproach. In an email to the board, a member indicated that the current review of the vendor in question involves unproven allegations of crimes. I'm not clear on the accuracy of this allegation since the board has received absolutely no information regarding this review by an outside agency. Please refer back to my previous comments regarding the board's and the district's potential liability for defamation. Unfounded accusations of criminal behavior can be considered negligence per se. And, you know, I wonder, do we trust staff? You know, it is in writing as part of the motion and part of the agenda item that this company, quote, will not be provided any projects pending completion of the review. If staff does, in fact, award a project, I would think, and I have confirmed this, that that would rise to the level of insubordination that would result in said staff's termination. I don't believe staff will do that. I don't think staff is in the habit of acting against the superintendent's directives, and certainly not against the board's directives. As indicated both here tonight and in an email to the board yesterday, Mr. Ross did not say 3 times that he wants to put this contract out to bid. Unless I heard him incorrectly, what I heard Mr. Ross say was that he'd like to look at the scope of work for HVAC maintenance and indoor air quality to determine which is better suited for the cleaning of HVAC coils. Those are really my comments about this issue, but I will say that while tonight's discussion is a little bit of a disappointment for me as a member of the team, I do believe we've moved so far ahead that this small hiccup really will not keep us from continuing to move ahead as a team. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn?
Apparently, Mrs. Petrika didn't listen carefully to what I had to say, if she's referring to me. What I said was that this firm, Fresh Air Solutions, is, by virtue of not just an email that we received, but by what Attorney Harrison said just an hour or so ago in public comment, that the firm was under investigation by Department of Homeland Security. And it doesn't matter, has there been, the rhetorical question, has there been a decision handed down from Homeland Security? No. Am I asking that Fresh Air Solution never gets to have projects? No. What I said was that, in my opinion, and I get to have an opinion as I am a member of this board equally with other people, what I said was I feel that the wording is too vague. I specifically looked at the word review. When asked about that yesterday, our board attorney said that review meant that the legal department was reviewing it. Well, I'm sorry, that's not good enough for me. I want it, as is my prerogative as a board member, I want it specific language. I want it language referencing the fact that Fresh Air Solutions is under investigation. That's it. I never yesterday brought up Homeland Security or anything. I made a reference to the fact that it was a rather large organization. That was it. I take offense from my board colleague, Mrs. Petrika, that she would indicate that perhaps I am under the thumb of a person in the community. I have a mind of my own. I have ethics. My ethics, by the way, when I was running for school board, never had me taking large campaign donations from vendors and then speaking up in glowing terms, like you're in an oratorical contest. I've never done that. And yeah, I realize that unfortunately in Florida, the Ethics Commission doesn't take offense to people who are accepting big campaign contributions from vendors. I know there is one member on this board that ran at the same time as Mrs. Patrica, received a large donation from a vendor and returned it. That's ethical. So I return to what I said before. The reason I am opposing this is the language, is the idea of review. You know, whether the staff violates this or not, that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about us as a board putting something so vague out there. I, again, would like to see this, the word review, get rid of it. Investigation, you don't have to be specific. It needs to be that this vendor, and I would say this for any vendor that is under investigation should not be awarded contracts by this school district. If you have other ethics than that, that's your business. I have those ethics, and I stick by what I said. I will not support this.
Ms. Giovanelli.
So since we're given history lessons, let's really talk about what happened. This particular vendor was on the Florida Auditor Report because of the claims that were out of the scope of their contract. That is clear. I spoke to the Florida auditor myself, and that's exactly what he told me. He told me they would not clear them. That is not their job. This was what was wrong with it. He asked for the district to ask for a refund of over, I think it was like $269,000, which to date has not been done. The district did not ask for that refund because I asked for that information. So that is where this started regarding the initial Florida auditor's report. And that's because and I'm going to say it again, that's because the invoices were voluminous and not within the scope of the contract. I swore then, and I've continued to not support this contract based on what the Florida auditor said. And that's where I stand tonight. So that's the history lesson. That's really where it started. It got pulled regarding that. Back then, I had asked for copies of the invoices, which I was denied, which by law and statute I'm allowed to have. But I was denied them back then. But when the rebuttal went to DOE, who questioned the invoices, that's when I was able to see the invoices and received many of them, which were a lot of money. We are still outstanding $33 million in FEMA money. So that we may see maybe in 20 years, I'm told, or may never. So that's the history lesson. That's the reason why I will not support this at this time. And the rebid and give opportunity to have separate contracts for remediation versus testing. That was the information I was given back then when I contacted other districts and how they do it. And their costs on those were not nearly what ours in the contract is. So that was questionable for me too. So that's the history. And for the record, I never have went around campaigning with a vendor, unlike some board members at this table did. So while we're talking about how this board is going to get past things and beyond things, let's remember what we did. Thank you.
Ms. Gittens.
I just have a question. I don't know if it's the superintendent or Attorney Bruno that can answer this. In this situation, these are the 3 final people that got the highest bids, right? Correct?
They're the ones who were selected in the original bid.
In the original bids. If you select 3 and 1 cannot be used, why wouldn't you then, if they cannot be, why wouldn't you go to the next one that was in line, or not even list them on here at all? Do we have to have 3 on here? I don't know the answer. So either not having them on at all, or is this just a legality that we have to say why we don't have them, or I'm not sure about that.
So there's a lot of legal issues in that question that you posed. There is an ITN with very specific clauses that discusses investigations, that allows the board to utilize other vendors. We do not want to put ourselves in a position that we're just outright canceling the contract, because this vendor was awarded the bid, and they are I shouldn't say this vendor, these vendors were awarded the bid, and part of that was the 3-year, 1-year renewals, 3-time 1-year renewals. So this is the safest legal way to address this particular situation at this time.
Right, I hear what you're saying. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's something that we can't discuss then, but I just think if we need to look into the legalities of, not saying they will never, but it just says until pending.
That's what this says.
Right, so.
That's exactly what that does, the sentence that we have in there. I do understand the frustration in terms of wanting it to be more specific. As counsel, I would not legally advise you to do anything more specific, because we don't have enough information to do anything else at this time.
Okay, but if we have 4 bids, 5 bids, we choose the top 3, and there is something, legality that requires that 3rd one not to be at this time, we cannot legally go to the 4th one for this particular project?
So remember, this was already awarded.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, okay, this is a renewal.
So in the bid, in the ITN, and Ms. Zupke is here with us today, thank goodness, our business services and operations attorney. Jump in whenever you want to.
And the last thing I have to say about it, okay, if it's a renewal, it still comes before the board for approval.
Yes,
It's 3 years, but each year it comes before us, and it is not awarded until we all vote and it's awarded.
That's correct. But remember, from the original bid, that 3-year renewal is part of it. So when they're doing the original bid for 3 years, and then they also have up to 6 years, because we can give you 3 additional 1-year awards.
We can is the pivotal word. Anyway, I'll stop.
Well, I think too, because it's not the vote is not for one particular company, it's all of them included. And I think we keep missing that it does entail all the other ones. And when Mr. Ross spoke, and Barbara, they most definitely said that, okay, it's already been a week or whatever, that time frame, since the February, whatever that date was, that the service has not been, we're not doing this service. So it's sitting out there, the services are not being done, and we have the other vendors on this list who we certainly have used in the past and we can use, but without passing this, we would not be able to use any of them, because we're still going to be in a situation where there's no work being done. So I think we have to remember that too. And I know that we even spoke about, or that we had questioned, I believe I had questioned about, was there a way that we could pull one out, or even, and I think Ms. Vaughn had even made mention about making a letter or stronger sentence, which I know that you all said it was going to happen after the fact. And I think that's the problem, is because it's after the fact versus before. And I think that's, if we had, right,
Through the
and you
chair,
said
we can't do a stronger letter until the board votes and gives us direction that we can notify the vendor with a stronger letter. I have a stronger letter drafted, but I need the approval of the board to be able to move forward.
Okay, and when would that take place?
We can send it out tomorrow. I have a draft letter.
Thank you. Ms. Giovanelli and then Ms. Fisher.
Real quick, so this contract is already expired.
Yes.
That's where it's at. And the difference, I don't think Ms. Gittens, through the chair, understands. Some of this is for testing. One vendor tests, one vendor does a remediation. I think, so that's why this whole, the contract is, and then you've got a coiling issue that's an HVAC piece of this that doesn't even belong to this. So, I mean, that was the recommendation, and he said it twice, not 3 times, that he would go back out for bid. And it doesn't have to be renewed if the contract and services are not needed in an emergency situation. So, and right now, I mean, we don't even have, mold comes with rain and water and heat and so forth. This is just, the contract could be extended for 120 days like we've done in the past, or 6 months until the other issue is resolved. That was one of the recommendations that I would have been a little bit agreement upon versus renewing it the way we're doing it tonight. That's my other reason for not doing it. Thank you. Not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. Ms. Fisher?
So then in the contract, there are multiple services to be performed by the different vendors. And the disclaimer that I read when I read this over initially was that the 3 original awarded vendors were on here because they're on the contract. But then there's a disclaimer that says Fresh Air Solutions will not be provided any projects pending the completion of a review. So we could move on, and operations could move on with the work that does need to be done, which is, water extraction, dry rot, carpet treatment. I mean, it could be a number of places in our district. So I understand what Ms. Vaughn's saying about wanting something stronger, but Attorney Dupree-Bruno said that she has that drafted and will send that following our vote. So we're way past February 26th now, and we're still discussing this. And if I may just say, I'm extremely disappointed that we get personalities and old problems into our discussions, which are supposed to be focused on business.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Vaughn, please.
Just to clarify, I believe I heard Mrs. Dupree-Bruno say that at board direction, she would send that letter. And this is another reason why I'm still not, I'm not stupid. I do understand what's going on with this. And maybe it is my personality, but my personality happens to be an ethical one and one who's going to stand up for what is right and what I believe in. And I thought it was a very simple fix, but we could pass this, and then if the board doesn't give our board attorney direction to send that letter, I'm at this point, because of the personal attacks that were started, not by me, but by a board colleague, I'm not going to vote for this. Apparently, certain vendors get what they have money well spent.
So, Mr. Pre-Bruno.
Ms. Vaughn, the approval or disapproval of the actual agenda item as written is what I'm referencing. I don't need a specific instruction from the board. By virtue of the board approving this agenda item, that will trigger certain things from my office to be sent. And then the only other thing that I would point out, because I've heard this a couple of times, pursuant to board policy 6.07, is very specific that Prior to the expiration date of the current term of the contract, an extension or renewal is approved by the board at its next regularly scheduled meeting. So the contract could have expired, and then at the next meeting, that's when the board has to approve it. And my understanding from staff is that they need these services. We don't have enough time to be able to do anything else. Now, I do also know from staff that they're looking at all options, but right now, we need these services, and we need these two vendors to provide us those services.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Gittens.
Okay, Attorney Bruno, through the chair, can you please explain then in the last paragraph, it does say it is recommended the board approve the renewal of, and it lists all three, I think, unless I'm reading it incorrectly.
Where are you, Ms. Gittens? I'm sorry.
The next to the last sentence in the last paragraph that starts with, it is recommended the board approve the renewal with American Management Resources Corporations, Fresh Air Solutions, the Southwest, and Steamer. So is that not contradictory to above where it says that we will not award?
I'm still trying to find, are you in the public content or the recommendation?
In the public content. The last paragraph, starting with "it is," and the 1, 2, 3, halfway in the third line. It just seems like it's contradictory to the other one that we will not award. You see where I'm talking about?
Yes, I see that. So if we're looking at the same paragraph, Ms. Gittens, the last paragraph in public content, there is, it does say that, because remember, that's what the bid is with these three vendors. So we're asking the board to approve a renewal of this particular bid that includes these three vendors. However, if you look, I think it's the second to last sentence in that paragraph, it does specifically say that one vendor will not be provided any projects pending completion of review. That's
I see it later on.
Yes.
Okay, it's just very confusing the way it's written. If we say up above that they won't be considered, and at the bottom we put it in there, it is very confusing, but I'm not an attorney. Thank you.
Is there any other comments? Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the hand vote, and this is with, depending upon which way it goes, Ms. Dupree-Bruno. If it's favored, you would then send out the letter immediately?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
Do we, Madam Chair, but do we not even discuss the amendment that Ms. Vaughn had brought up? Is that off the table, or?
A motion?
No, okay, never mind.
Or if, I didn't hear that. So, seeing there's no other discussion, we're just going to go ahead and have a hand vote for regarding this item, L4, with depending upon the outcome, Ms. Dupree-Bruno would then send out a letter. Thank you. Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Vaughn?
Nay.
Ms. Gittens?
Nay.
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, please.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Nay.
Ms. Fisher?
Aye.
And aye. So that's 4-3. And then Ms. Dupree-Bruno, if you'll make sure that that gets out and we get a copy of that? That
Yes,
everybody
ma'am.
gets a copy of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if the next item on the agenda is attorney's recommendation, which I would like to ask you if that would be okay for us to move that to after public hearings, so that way we can allow the public to do the public hearings, and then come back to Mr. Dupree-Bruno's recommendation for the superintendent.
So we need a motion.
So can we have a motion?
I move that we rearrange the agenda to have public hearings first and come back to the other good cause items.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens.
I'll second that.
Second. Thank you. All in favor of it?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just to make sure, is there any discussion on that?
Discussion on moving the public hearings.
There's no discussion, then move forward with your vote.
Thank you. And 7, we're moving forward. Okay, Dr. Savage. So we're going to come back to you then.
Did you take the formal vote, Ms.?
Yes, it was 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Savage, please, we're in public hearing now, so Dr. Savage, please present your recommendation for this evening's public hearing items.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have 3 recommendations. First is to approval to adopt policy 4.222, mental health and well-being in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes, to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. Second is to approve the approval to repeal policy 1.181, emergency requirement for protective gear in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes. To adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. The third and final recommendation is to approval to conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed 2022-2023 instructional materials plan for mathematics.
Thank you. We will now recess the regular school board meeting and open the public hearing as indicated. The public hearing this evening is to consider approval of adopted policy 4.222, mental health and well-being, in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statute, to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. The second one would be the approval of to repeal policy 1.181, emergency requirement for protective gear in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statute, to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. And the third would be the approval to conduct public hearing to receive comments on proposed 2022-2023 instructional materials plan for mathematics. At this time, the public will be invited to speak on these 3 items. The time allowed for the comment is 3 minutes. Is there anyone who would wish to speak regarding these 3 items? Please go to the back. Thank you. And if you would state your name before you speak on the 3 items. Thank you.
Jenner. As I mentioned earlier during the briefing, Board Policy 1.181 is long overdue being repealed. In fact, it should never have been instituted in the first place. There are certain responsibilities that the board has, and they're given to you, and they're not delegable. And what you ended up doing was delegating authority to a single individual that was way outside the purview of what was needed. Regular Board Policy 1.18, there we go, allows the superintendent the authority to shut down a school in the event of emergency situations such as hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, shootings, things of that particular nature. It's envisioned, based on looking at the historical record of that particular policy, that this is a single incident event shutdown and not an extended long-term circumstance. Additionally, looking at Board Policy 1.181, when that was originally passed, it was passed when we were under a state-declared emergency, and it was subsequently modified and warped into giving the perception that that policy could be utilized whenever the local area decided they were going to have a sua sponte decision that there was some kind of an emergency. Had we understood at the time that Board Policy 1.181 was being implemented that it was going to be extended and broadened quite significantly, there would probably have been significantly larger number of people speaking out against it. Also, it was really clear in that policy that it was written in such a poor way because it gave one of 3 agencies the opportunity of saying when there was an emergency and yet there was no clear indication as to who the parties were. There were no open meetings with especially the local healthcare advisors who were giving advice and guidance to the school district. No opportunity for public comment, no opportunity for public involvement, and it was limited to primarily, from what I understand, Lee Health individuals and not even any private practitioners or any specialists that were involved. As I noted back in April, there was a real problem with this policy because one of those agencies actually said there was no longer a medical necessity for it. And that proved to be problematic when you guys continued to isolate a number of us in what I would call the no mask timeout zone in the back room. I will say this one more time. You need to have a policy that specifically says that when the law has been changed, that any policies that counter that law, counter those laws automatically expires. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Christine DiVigelli. I just want to comment on the math textbook adoption review because I was the only community member on that committee. And just a few critiques so that we can hopefully make it a better process in the next textbook adoption. Because being the only community member in this process, I felt extremely ostracized. Even when I came here for the it wasn't the publisher, yeah, the publisher review. I was at a table by myself. I wasn't given the same materials that everyone else in the room was given. There were 51 total people in that room, and I was the only community member. It was very apparent that they were not only were they not prepared for me, they didn't know what to do with me. So I got a different survey that everybody else got at the end. Even the way that, you know, I wasn't supposed to be the only parent on that committee. There was supposed to be another community member on that committee. However, there was a required Zoom training on a school board night, and the other community member had to make a choice as to whether or not they would attend this meeting or attend the required Zoom training. I sat right over there with my headphones in my ears, and I attended both because that was the only way I would be allowed to be a voting member. You know, I want to build bridges with you guys. I want the Lee County School District to better partner with community members. But you've got to start somewhere. And not including community members, like not better including community members in this process, you know, it creates a further divide where there could have just been some small tweaks from the very beginning that would have made my experience a lot better, and it would have given me an opportunity to give you guys some praise today rather than sharing with you a very traumatic experience created by your school district. You know, I shouldn't have had to leave that day feeling like I was in high school again and I was the only kid that wasn't invited to sit at the table. You know, and I know that that sounds dramatic, but me at 37 years old, I never thought I would be made to feel that way ever again by a group of adults. So looking forward to the future and any other textbook adoption committees, please make community opportunities more available and more just more public so that there's more people than just one community member involved. And also maybe schedule those required trainings for days other than school board action meeting nights. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay. At this time, the public will, I will now close this public hearing and reconvene the regular school board meeting of March 8th, 2022. Dr. Savage, please reinstate your recommendations on this evening's public hearing. And if you will do one at a time.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
First recommendation is to the approval to adopt policy 4.222, mental health and well-being in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes to adopt best practices to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022.
Thank you. You have heard the superintendent's recommendation that the board approve to adopt policy 4.222, mental health and well-being in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. Board members, is there a motion to approve?
I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation to adopt policy 4.222, mental health and well-being.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Gittens. Is there any discussion regarding this?
Just real quick.
Ms. G?
Well, and this is actually for the board attorney, something that Ms. Jenner mentioned regarding is it something that we could have a policy where when the law changes that we would update our policy, or do we have to actually go through the process?
Ms. Giovanelli, we're on the mental health one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
So do you have anything?
No.
to add?
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay.
Sorry.
And the only discussion that I would have with this is to make sure that our processes are updated to this policy.
Yeah.
That would be my ask.
And I would second
And I would
that.
direct that.
Yeah.
To have that done. Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, and I want to thank Attorney Bruno and Ms. Lori Brooks for their work on this policy.
Yes, thank you.
you.
I agree. And Ms. Thomas, are we voting? Yes. Okay. Please record your vote. Okay, and motion carries 7-0. Dr. Savage?
Yes, Madam Chair. The second recommendation is the approval to repeal policy 1.181, emergency requirement for protective gear in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022.
Thank you. You have heard the superintendent's recommendation that the board approve to repeal policy 1.181, emergency requirement for protective gear in compliance with changes in related rules, regulations, and statutes to adopt best practices and to promote transparency and accountability. The effective date of this adoption shall be March 9th, 2022. Board members, is there a motion to approve? Ms. Vaughn?
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to repeal policy 1.181, emergency requirement for protective gear.
Thank you. And may I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. And now, Ms. Giovanelli, discussion?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. So is that something that we can do? We can have a policy that would, when the law changes, that it would just update it where we wouldn't have to go through this process, or do we have to always go through?
The rules,
I'm sorry.
so the rules do require a proper rulemaking process for repealing a policy.
Okay.
Now, we do have policy 1.09, which is our policy development. Let me think about that a little bit more, Ms. Giovanelli, to see if there's anything that could be done. And the board tonight just approved Neola. So we will see what Neola has with
Oh, that's
regard to
awesome.
this
Yes, I
as
forgot.
well.
Thank you. I forgot about that. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Ms. G. Is there any other discussion regarding that? Seeing none, please record your vote.
My box didn't come up. Yes. Aye, yes, please.
Okay, motion carries 7-0. Okay, thank you. And Dr. Savage, we do not have to do the last one because there's not a vote on that, for the approval to conduct a public hearing. Is that correct?
Just to receive comments.
Comment, thank you. Okay, so now we will go back to, and thank you very much, ladies, for allowing us to move that and switch that over. So we will now go back to the attorney's recommendation, and Ms. Dupree Bruno, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Thank you. May we have a 5-minute recess, please? We've been sitting here for a
Yes.
little bit.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can.
Are you up to some water or something?
And at this time, I'm going to ask again for another little change, and hopefully it's okay. We have our student here, and I know that he really wants to get home so he can do homework, study,
yes.
get ready for bed, for school. Does that sound good? So if you all.
How about eat?
And yeah, we'll have, we fed him some cake, we'll give him some more food. But
Let them eat cake.
if we can allow him to to say hi to your family, and then if we can let him give his report, so that way he will have the opportunity, and then we can move forward. Okay,
Aye.
Kristen, we are, and he's been typing away, so Lord knows what he's got down.
Yes.
All right, well,
Don't forget to say hi to mom and.
good evening, school board members, my fellow students who were previously here, and all of those in attendance tonight. I thank you for allowing me to serve as your student representative for tonight's district action meeting. It's an honor to be a member of the District Student Advisory Committee, serving as Norfolk Myers High School's alternative representative and as a committee parliamentarian. Tonight, I'm here not only on behalf of my fellow students, those of which I serve, but I am here on behalf of the future for Lee County High School students. There are many issues that face high school students today, issues that we as a generation of students will carry with us throughout the rest of our lives. Among these, I truly believe that the most important are LGBTQ+ acceptance and sexual assault and abuse. Because of the intensity of the topics that I will bring before the board tonight, I advise all those in attendance to put themselves first in terms of their mental well-being, and if at any time anyone feels that it is necessary for them to remove themselves from this space in a calm and orderly fashion, please feel free to do so at your discretion. First, I would like to address an extremely important and contemporary issue for all students at any grade level, LGBTQ+ acceptance. Just recently, both chambers of the Florida State Legislature, the House and Senate, passed the Parental Rights in Education Bill, more colloquially known as the Don't Say Gay Bill. In this piece of legislation, in summary, it mandates that discussions on sexuality and LGBTQ+ topics are to be limited in kindergarten through third grade environments. Although it may not be appropriate to discuss these topics at such a young age, it is still imperative to teach open-mindedness and acceptance at all levels of education, especially kindergarten through third grade. I ask that not only students across Lee County, but school board members alike recognize the importance of teaching these elements and publicize their possible opposition for the bill if they truly believe that it is extremely destructive. To give an example to the board, students at my school, Norfolk Myers High School, and other schools around the nation staged an administration-approved walkout in opposition of the Parental Rights in Education Bill. I participated in the walkout, and I would like to make the board aware that the measure of the resolve of students to oppose such discrimination and support acceptance of LGBTQ+ is high, and will remain that way until members of our government take the necessary steps to follow and act in the best interests of the beliefs of their students. With the comment concerning outcasting of books and other pieces of literature on LGBTQ+, I ask that individual to put themselves in the shoes of someone who naturally feels a way about their sexuality and is forced to feel ashamed of that because of the little acceptance that would be encouraged of them and other humans like them. How would you react to such treatment? Such treatment, in fact, has provoked the following. According to the Trevor Project and supported by the CDC, as of March 11, 2021, suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth, with LGBTQ+ identifying youth being 4 times more likely to seriously consider suicide, to plan for suicide, and to attempt suicide than their peers. As of 2019, the Trevor Project also estimated that at least one LGBTQ+ youth between the ages of 13 to 24 attempts suicide every 45 seconds in the United States. I call upon all people to recognize the importance of accepting LGBTQ+ individuals for the benefit of the survival of equality in public education. Next, I would also like to address an issue that is not only prevalent in our school district, state, and nation, but across the entire world. Sexual assault and abuse are not only heinous acts committed by some of the worst members of our society, but they are also acts that influence some of the most detrimental side effects to those who experience them. When an offender inflicts these acts on their victim or victims, they not only strip them of their dignity, but their humanity, their personality, their mental health, and ultimately, their life. These acts can influence depression, suicidal tendencies, loss of personality, and other life-altering factors that victims carry with them far beyond the time of their experience. When children of all ages experience sexual assault and abuse, these effects are amplified by intensities that I cannot calculate, nor do I think any organization or foundation can truly calculate. The National Sexual Violence Resource Center projected that 1 in 3 females experience sexual assault for the first time between the ages of 11 and 17. Of males, it is 1 in 4 between the ages of 11 to 17. Thus, I call upon not only the school board, but all members of our school district to work tirelessly and extensively to dispel such heinous and illegal acts of inhumane conduct, but to also work to spread awareness that is credible and factual about these issues. I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
And to say he is only in 9th grade, just imagine where he's going to be. Ms. Patrica?
I just can't tell you how much I love you. I just think that you are truly amazing. You really give me hope for the future. And my initial comments that I wrote that I wanted to say during my board member comments were, I promise to vote for you for governor if you promise to support public education, traditional public education, and return local controls with school boards. If you promise those two things, I don't care where you stand on the rest of the issues, you got my vote. And Mom and Grandma, your grandma, right? Yeah. You guys should be beyond proud. Beyond proud. He's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me.
Oh, no, thank you. And thank you for staying this late. I'm sorry that it took this long. But we can definitely have you walk out here so you're...
He has to get a piece of cake on the way out, please.
No.
Okay.
And thank you, Christian.
Yeah. Again, I thank you for listening to my piece. I'm here, like I said, not only on behalf of the students that I serve in the Student District Advisory Committee, but I'm here on behalf of my personal beliefs, which I feel reflect the contemporary beliefs of my generation. And I believe that my beliefs will hopefully one day become policy, and that policy will hopefully one day influence change for the better of all people. So again,
And we do see that at Student Advisory, how you are, and you are the protector of all. So thank you for that. That's very noble. Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
We're
Okay,
lucky.
we'll walk you out of here.
Thank you very much.
Oh, it's going that way. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. I think we'll see you back here again since you're only in the 9th grade. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for being so patient and letting him stay with us.
Yes.
Appreciate you. Okay. We'll go back to where we were at. And so, Mr. Prebrunner, now you have to follow that.
I had to follow that.
Just saying.
This is getting close to my bedtime. So, Board, this afternoon, we started reviewing Dr. Bernier's contract. In the agenda, it indicates the consultant contract first and then the employment contract. However, since we started with the employment contract, I would like to start with that, if that's okay, if I can get a quick consensus from the board to change that. Thank you very much.
Ladies, that's fine.
Yes.
Everybody should have a copy of that. And I had an opportunity to make some of the changes that we talked about earlier today. So I'll go through those changes really quickly with you.
We're going to start from the top then?
Yep, so the first change is going to be on page 3. We just have the strikeout because we have a consultation contract, a consultant contract in lieu of that transition period. So I just struck that out.
What did you call it? I'm sorry.
We have a consultant contract, a separate, complete contract. So I just struck out that transition period because that has been removed from this contract. That was done before. I just wanted to do that strikeout.
It's yellow.
It's yellow.
Are we on the consultant one?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
If you follow up, we're on page 3, and all, what she is saying is that she struck out the transition period, what she had spoken about earlier today.
Of the employment
Of the
contract.
employment, yes, it's number 2.
Okay, because the one is lit up, that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's
Okay.
number 2.
Okay, if you go to page 6, subsection 9, as the board directed, we removed that last sentence. So he can choose his 3 local services without the board's approval. We separated the 2 paragraphs. Paragraph 10 is reimbursable expenses, and then we created paragraph 11, which is coach. Paragraph 12, we removed that language with regard to the vehicle and provided $500 a month allowance for a vehicle.
Can you go down so I can read that, please? Thank you.
Now, I will tell you that during the break between the briefing and the board meeting, I did have an opportunity to speak to Dr. Bernier's
I was gonna ask
negotiator
that. Thank
to advise him of the changes and what may be future changes. So I have an idea as to where they want to land, and he was very happy about the vehicle change.
Thank you.
So I'll tell you that. And then we left off at our new paragraph 14, which is board relations and communication. And that's where we were. Now, there were some board members that indicated they wanted this to be removed. That's why we wanted to have this discussion. I will tell you that Dr. Bernier did like this language.
Which, all of 14?
All of 14. So at this point,
Ms. Patrica?
I mean, it's fluff. It doesn't have to be in the contract. It doesn't bind us to anything that we're not already bound to by law. So if you want the fluff, keep the fluff. If you don't want the fluff, then take it out. I see it as legally insignificant.
Any other comments?
Does anybody else have any comments regarding, Ms. G?
I actually think it's fine to leave in here because it makes him comfortable. It's his contract, and even like F is he's asked to not be called on Sunday unless it's an emergency. I think it's just boundaries and respecting that, even though it may be the law. I don't know about the law regarding contacting him on Sundays because I think people have contacted the superintendent on Sundays before. So I just think this is setting boundaries, and I don't see anything wrong with boundaries.
And just for clarification, with regards to Sunday, absent an emergency. I just want to make sure if there's an emergency, feel free to call him.
Ms. That's the first time I saw that, Ms. Gittens.
You forget me all the
No,
time.
that sentence.
Let me put my name tag on. I'm just looking at E. Agree the school board individually and collectively refer promptly to the superintendent for studying any criticism do we say the school board or any member thereof? Or it's not necessary, I guess.
This is, if something comes up, he wants to know immediately.
No, I know what it is. I'm just talking about, anyway. Is there anything in here about our one-on-ones?
No, there's nothing specific about one-on-ones in here.
Is he amenable to doing that?
My understanding, he is. Any other questions on this particular section? So at this time, can I have a consensus as to whether or not we want to keep this section in there as is?
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to do just consensus for these sections, and then we'll do our formal vote if a board member makes the motion. The next section is section, that was 7-0, I believe. The next section is evaluation. Any comments with regards to section 15, which is evaluation?
Ms. Patrica?
I think I remember superintendent self-evaluation at the interim, and I know it's not as detailed or as in-depth as the annual evaluation, but it helps me in performing my own interim evaluation, so I would ask that that be part of this process, please.
Ms. Gittens?
Well, my question is, he starts what, May?
May 16th.
16th.
So middle of May, June, July, August, but in 3 months, you're going to do a 360 to find out what everybody thinks about him? I mean, the 360 is that everybody does input, including staff and all that, so.
Right, but that would not, so Dr. Bernier was very specific in terms of this evaluation and the timing of it. And and it makes sense, he wants to have the data from the state come out.
I get
So,
it.
yes.
Never mind.
Yeah.
I know exactly why now. Okay. Yep.
Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, and then I think that it says in September of each year, the superintendent shall provide the school board with a written self-evaluation. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
But I didn't know if Ms. Patrica was talking about because
Yeah.
so are you also asking for an interim self-evaluation? Okay.
Oh,
That's what she
in
was referring
addition to this.
Didn't we always do that? Whenever we evaluated the superintendent, we got a written interim, no? Did we not get a written self-evaluation at the interim?
No, there was a he did his own self-evaluation before our evaluation.
No, I know that, but I thought we received some artifacts from him at the interim as well, no?
Not the
I
interim,
don't think
but
so.
My memory is
facts.
Ms.
Brain
Vaughn,
farting.
did you have something that you wouldn't, Ms. Vaughn?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I thought you,
So, Madam Chair, if I can just see where the board is about including an interim
If
self-evaluation.
we didn't do it in the past, we don't even need to ask the question.
Okay, all
we
right.
did not.
Any other questions with regards to the evaluation, section 15?
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
it does say an interim assessment. The school board shall complete an interim assessment of the superintendent's performance by July 30th.
That is, so my understanding is Ms. Patrica is asking for the superintendent to do an interim
Oh, on him,
self-evaluation.
oh, yeah, okay, no, right. I see.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. Gittens.
But he still, whenever there's an evaluation, he will do a self-evaluation,
Yes.
and we will do ours, and it's all at the same time.
The yearly evaluation.
Annually.
And there's specific times in terms of how that will happen. But any other discussion on this section? May I have a consensus as to whether or not the board wants to move forward with this section? Okay, that's 7-0. The next section is about continuing employment. And Ms. Gittens, I think this is the one that you were inquiring about earlier. If there is an elected superintendent, what happens? And this is where, if you want to put something in there that's more specific, this would be where to put that. Or we can accept it as is.
And may I make a comment on that?
Yes, go ahead.
I know Ms. Jordan said, well, you know, when someone's elected, they take over immediately. Yes, I get that. But that is in a situation where, like, we're elected, we're here now, and another elected person comes in. This would be the first time that there would be an elected person. And I'm just saying for continuity of processes, because we could potentially have someone that really, you know, and not for the legal and the elected piece of it, but just for the sake of the district's ongoing continuous flow of work and everything, to give someone, otherwise we're saying, okay, they elect someone on November 24, and on the 18th of November, and the 19th, he's moving his stuff out, and they go in the office and sit there and go, okay, what do I do now?
Basically, that's the way the law is written.
But I understand that, but the
We
law
have
does
nothing
not
to say about it.
preclude us from offering some type of assistance. Right now, we're talking about with us, an elected to an elected. We're talking from a non-elected to an elected, which is a totally different situation. I'm just.
So from a, Ms. Patrica, just, if I could just say one thing, from a contractual standpoint, I think I'd be careful with putting very specific language, because if you have an elected superintendent, that superintendent may not want to have any.
Well, and it can say optional, but that we could It could say optional. I really am very, very concerned that if we get someone that is elected, if it goes this way, and we get someone that's elected that is not an educational professional, that does not have the background to know what to even tell these folks what to do or to move forward, then we've got a big gap in time. And kids have to continue to be educated. We can't have a gap while they figure it out.
Okay, Ms. Patrica?
I just think that there's too many unknowns. The person that, first of all, I can't fathom that this community wants more politics in education, so I can't fathom that it would pass, first of all. Second of all, the person that runs could run because they want to unseat the superintendent, and now we're putting in his contract that he has to work with them. Like, there's too many unknowns. If we get to that point, then those two individuals can sit down, have a conversation, and make a decision about how to move forward with the board's approval or feedback or input or whatever. But I don't think that's something for this contract.
Any other discussion? Ms. Giovanelli?
I just don't think we worry about the unknown. I mean, and you can't have two superintendents, technically, so you cannot. So I think that we're just causing more problems than we need to. And it would not be fair to Dr. Bernier either at this point without his input. So I caution not to do anything. Thank you.
Any other comments? At this time, can I have a consensus from the board whether to leave the paragraph as written? Section 16. As written.
Ms. Gittens? I'm going to lose
7-0.
anyway, but
She's living with us.
Yep, 7-0, thank you. The next section is section 17, which is professional liability. This is not an unusual clause. I think it's a good legal clause. Are there any questions about that particular clause? I have a consensus on section 17. Thank you. 7-0 consensus. The next one is about medical examination. This is, we may have to fix the numbering here. I think the next one is 18, medical examination. There was a question that was posed by a board member. In the prior contract of the superintendent, Dr. Atkins, it did have a requirement for an annual examination. This one basically says if and when directed by the school board. So I do need some feedback from the board as to how you would like to handle this particular clause section. Ms. Gittens?
Can we legally, if someone gets a physical examination that says that they are, potentially impaired in some way, can we legally do anything about that?
You're putting it in the contract.
Right.
Oof.
I know.
I don't like that.
Ms. Patrica?
I'm more comfortable with the required, because I think that to sit down as a board and have a conversation about, a public conversation about concerns about the superintendent's either physical or mental health is inappropriate. It never really came up or was an issue in the past, at least since I've been on the board, but knowing that it's required each year, I think, is important.
Okay. Any other board member discussion? Ms. Gittens?
Okay, so if it's in there, what do we do with the information once we get it? If there is something wrong, maybe I'm just missing the point.
Well, I mean, if let's say a previous superintendent had a terminal illness and that was revealed in an annual physical, then the superintendent makes the board aware, and the board can start to make plans for transitioning as that person's condition deteriorates, and instead of it being a surprise.
Right, but
we're
that's
capable
still
of planning.
up to them,
well,
because they may decide to, tough it out.
Let me just say this, just to clarify a little bit. So you have the examination, and the only thing that the physician will be reporting to the school board is whether or not the superintendent is physically, mentally able to perform his duties.
Right.
That's what the report will be.
What they do with the president.
Right.
Right, similar to what they do with the president.
Ms. Giovanelli?
My husband has a physical every year, and he's a police officer, and it's required by his, job. So,
So if he has a bum knee, they get rid of him?
No, they need to know.
No, that he needs to be healthy, and mentally healthy is a very good point. So.
The mental part I get.
The standard in the contract, remember, is whether or not the superintendent is able to do his job.
Correct.
That's the, Ms. Vaughn?
I don't remember what's in there, but isn't there, like, with all the other job descriptions, able to lift?
40 pounds?
Yeah. You know, your weight. I mean, to me, that's, I don't know that it should be required, but if we notice that the person's no longer lifting 200 pounds, I can't help it after all these hours.
I know.
But seriously, there are certain things that the superintendent needs to be able to do, and, you know, like blindness might disqualify if just.
That's the handicap.
No, but
Be careful, we don't want to have an ADA violation.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what I mean.
Driving has to be. I'm not even going to give any examples, but
Please
that's.
Ms. Gittens, focus, ladies.
But does that make sense? If we notice from the job description that seriously there are things that the superintendent can no longer do because we expect the superintendent to go out to the community and that sort of thing, and if the superintendent, for whatever reason, can't do that, then that might be a cause for it, but I don't think it should be a requirement. That's pretty invasive to.
Required. So I guess
Fisher has
Ms. Fisher.
Yeah, so, and then I think 18 as it sits is fine, and what was his take on this?
Right.
Well, the way that the contract is presented to you is how we have negotiated.
Yes, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think this is, that's adequate, and it will cover any issue that might come up.
So I saw Ms. Gittens and then,
Well, I was just going to say, AII or whatever that is, wouldn't that cover the things that we say, like Ms. Vaughn was saying, in the job description? You have to lift 40 pounds. All that stuff is listed in there. Wouldn't it refer to this if you are unable to fulfill those things? And, you know.
so just to be clear about the language, just so that the board is clear and understands, it's if and when directed by the board, which means that this would have to be a discussion brought up at the dais. And I think that goes to Ms. Patrica's point. So I just want to now know from the board if this language as written, you want to move forward with that. If I can have a consensus, please. Ms. Jordan, Ms. Gittens.
Well, I'm going to say yes because he's already looked at this, so he's okay with this.
5-2.
And can I just say the reason I'm saying no? I think what gives me pause is it has to come back before the board. If we added something that just says pursuant to the job description, you know, as detailed, it's all there. So if something like that comes up. But anyway, whatever.
Well, I want clarification from the board. Do you want to add something else to this
Well,
paragraph?
they already voted.
Okay, all right. But we're just taking consensus so I can get some good information, make sure I understand how the board, all 7 of you, feel on a particular section. Are we ready to move forward to section 19, which is termination of agreement? This is pretty standard. I don't know if anyone has any comments on this.
I don't know why I'm stuck on the 2.
You're stuck on which one, Ms. Gittens?
The 2, in event of disability, whatever. Without putting a reference to something, it's kind of like we just decide, oh, he's crazy. So, you know what I'm saying? It's not, if we added the part as pursuant to what was required in the job description.
You're going back to the medical examination?
I'm just saying it has meat to it. It gives specific things. Otherwise, we can pick out something and say he's incapacitated because he can't do this.
Well,
Ms. Fisher?
Yeah, but that's not what that said.
Yeah.
When the medical exam, it said, if and when directed by the school board, the superintendent will submit. Such physicians shall report their full findings to the superintendent personally and shall report to school board whether the superintendent is likely to remain physically able to perform his duties. I mean, that's really all we need to know. And
Number
then,
2, under A in termination, is saying the same thing.
not if we
No.
notice something, not if we notice something and ask him to get it, and it's likely not going to happen, but, and he already agreed to this, or his negotiator
Yes.
agreed to this, yeah.
And just to be clear, Ms. Gittens, number 2 is very specific, that at this point, it's been determined that he's disabled or ill, that he cannot perform his duties.
That relates back to
That relates somewhat to the examination.
Yes.
That's what I'm
This is
saying.
pretty
it's
common
same
language,
thing.
though, correct?
Yeah, this
I
is
mean, in
pretty,
a
and this
lot
is
of
the
contracts.
language that was previously in our prior superintendent contracts.
Okay.
So going back now to number 19?
Yes, 19.
19, termination of agreement. Is there anything else that the board wishes to discuss or change? Ms. Vaughn?
I have to do it. I think, sorry, I think number 3, we shouldn't have that in there. That's not an excuse.
Which one?
Nah,
Number 19?
number 3.
She's saying that termination.
We have to.
Focus. Let's focus.
Okay.
It's
Mr. Freebruno,
9/11.
please, let's,
Moving on.
So I think that that just makes it very legally clear.
yes, if that person passes away, they will not be here.
Well, there is a sign that says it has been brought to management's attention that people are dying and not leaving. So, yeah, okay.
So at this time, for number 19, do I have a consensus by the board?
Oh,
Thank you, that's 7-0. And then the other clauses in this contract, or what I will call the clauses that gives comfort to your attorney, those are pretty much legal language. I don't necessarily, unless somebody really has a question on it, but I would advise you to accept those clauses. So we're talking about savings clause. If for some reason that a part of this agreement is not legal, then the rest of the agreement is not voidable or invalid, I should say, that the applicable law, and I'm at 21 right now, applicable law will be state of Florida with venue in Lee County. Superintendent cannot assign his duties to anybody else. Notices, well, let me go to
what do you
22.
mean about, I'm
Say
sorry.
that again, please. Where are you at?
Because I have a question on that.
Which one?
Which should be 22.
Okay, thank you.
Is 22 assignment?
So let me go back then. Savings clause was the next one after termination. Any questions on savings clause? May I have a consensus on that? Okay, thank you. That's Ms. Gittens. You have a question? Okay, 7-0.
No, on 20, whatever it is.
Next one is applicable law. Can I have a consensus on that, please? Thank you. That's 7-0. Assignment. Can I have a consensus on that, please?
Is this,
You have a question on that one? The assignment?
I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. In other words, he can't leave and pass it on to his wife or something.
Well, okay, so here's the scenario. Let's say that you have a change in some of the school board members during this 2-year term. Unless there's an actual, something that falls within that termination clause, then these new individuals can't just go ahead and say, hey, we're demanding that this contract be changed. Right. So it's binding on anybody else who will be sitting at the board. And vice versa for the superintendent.
Oh, our success, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay. So may I have a consensus on assignment, please? 7-0. Okay. Next is notices. So there was a question that was actually posed on notices, whether or not an email notification is sufficient. When we're doing formal legal notices, we often like to have it sent formally by registered mail or certified mail or something along those lines, but we are in 2022 and it's modern era. I don't know if the board wants to relax that a little bit and use email, or do you want to have it formal? Ms. Giovanelli, then Ms. Patrica, then Ms. Gittens.
I would request it stay formal because, as we know, there's the spam folder that emails can go into and we may not see them timely. I've been having that issue a lot lately, like a lot of my emails have been going into the spam, and I don't check that, daily. So I would keep it formal, in my opinion. Thank you.
I believe Ms. Patrica, then Ms. Gittens.
Email is formal. It's a public record. And
That's true, but
the emails from the superintendent to board members are not going to go to a spam folder because we're receiving them frequently.
if it was an outside email, though, that's.
But any notice required or permitted to be given under this contract would be notice from the superintendent to the board or from the board to the superintendent. It wouldn't be an outside email. It would be between the board and the superintendent. So I don't think, I think it's 2022 and we need to.
Ms. Gittens.
Be 2022.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. Giovanelli. I've had several occasions where things did not come through for whatever reason, or if I was at home and it didn't go through the filter and I didn't realize certain information. I understand about, maybe, can we do both? Can it be, because there are times that we don't get stuff.
Can you clarify that? Is this for outside or because if it's for outside, because that's what it looks like, as the ladies were saying, that it looks like it's going somewhere else, not within, like we email each other.
So how
he sends us emails.
So how this can come about, let's say that the board decides to, or let's say the superintendent wants to request the renegotiation. There's a clause in there that says prior to the extension of the 1 year, he can ask for a renegotiation. So let's say he sends an email, sends a notice that he wants to do that. Do you want that to be, it's going to be the superintendent sending it to the board members. Do you want that sent via email? Is that okay? Or do you want it sent formally via registered mail? Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, and to me, not just mailed, but by registered or certified mail, because that is proof that the person got it, and heaven only knows we don't need more email problems.
Okay.
I still have a question. So you would want the superintendent to send you a registered letter for you to sign?
No.
No. It's
Sign
for this, that it would be proof that the superintendent received it.
So you have the green card when you're sending certified that shows proof that it was mailed out, and it would be sent to the board, probably via the chair, but to all the board members.
To me, that protects everything.
I got you.
Yeah.
So it's not just, it's not in-house.
No.
Right. This is U.S. mail if you're doing it the formal way. Any other discussion or comments on this? Okay, so at this time, based on the conversation, may I have a consensus? Does the board want to leave the notice provision as written? All right, I have 7-0. Attorney's fees, any question on that? It's pretty standard. And so may I have a consensus on attorney's fees? Okay, 7-0. The entire agreement is very standard. Any questions on that? Seeing no questions, may I have a consensus on entire agreement? 7-0. And then the last one would be paragraph headings. Any questions on that? Seeing no questions, may I have a consensus? 7-0. Thank you very much, board. That's the entire contract. Ms. Patrica?
I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the contract with the changes agreed upon this afternoon and this evening, the substantive changes agreed upon this afternoon and this evening, along with the Scribner's changes that have been forwarded to the board attorney.
Second.
And we've already had discussion, so we have public comments.
Well, you have a motion. Any other discussion on this? And then, if there's no other discussion, yes, Madam Chair, public comment.
Public comments. So we would have public comment on this particular item. If there's anyone here that would like to speak, please go to the podium. Thank you. And please state your, could you go back around? No, just kidding. State your name before you
Yes,
speak,
Tara
please.
Jenner.
Thank you.
I'd like to just point out the fact that this particular document wasn't available prior to the starting of the briefing. Even though it was ultimately available on board docs, it's really challenging, as you all know at the dais, to review a contract when you don't have it in written format in front of you where you can actually do pen and ink changes and notes and stuff like that. So I find big fault with just the manner in which this was done. I seriously doubt that you didn't have an opportunity to get this available to go on board docs. Even your own policy specifically says that any supplemental documentation needs to be presented at the same time to the general public as it is presented to the board. And so I just throw that out there because this is not the first time I've mentioned this as a concern. We had this previously when it came to the writing samples of the superintendent. And I asked for a copy of it that day because it was not even available on board docs at that time. And if it weren't for Ms. Vaughn asking to see the actual written document rather than just going over the information that was evaluated by the individuals who were looking at it for English language arts components, it would never have been even viewed by the board members. And when I broached the subject with Ms. Dupree-Bruno, she told me it was a records request. I mean, seriously, I'm going to ask for a records request on something that's timely. So the same thing happened today here. So let me just go ahead here. At what point in time does the superintendent's right to retirement pay vest itself? So I'd like to know that. I'd also like to raise a question about the disparity in the percentage of the contribution towards his retirement account, which is 20%, versus the very nominal amount that teachers get as a percentage for their retirement account. If the superintendent is terminated by either a switch to elected superintendent position and he either doesn't run or he loses if he runs, does he get to double dip then on retirement? And I was also looking at the fact that the superintendent can unilaterally terminate his contract with a 90-day notice, but the board has to either get concurrent approval with the superintendent or have it for cause. Why is there not something in there about when there's a change to the board makeup that there is a possibility that they have the chance to be able to review his situation just because of dynamics? I also was looking at the fact that it might be worthwhile considering doing an annual or at a request of the board medical evaluation, because it might come up earlier in the year that there might be something that comes up. We even have this option under the U.S. Constitution. It's called Amendment 25. Thank you.
Hi, Sharon McGill. Just because I'm all about like details and contracts, the one thing that you are proposing to change is to, on the, I think it was under the vehicle, where you're going to now give the superintendent just a flat $500 a month. Well, now, is that going to come under his compensation and be taxable income versus he doesn't have to submit an expense report to get reimbursed for that? So that would end up being taxable income. And would that then $500 be included in his salary as part of his benefits package and everything that would relate to that? And then the other thing was under the insurance, it was like for the disability, I believe it was the disability and the regular life insurance benefit, where it says that he will own those policies, but it doesn't specifically state that at the end of his employment with the district, that the district would no longer be paying him for that, that it would terminate those, the contributions that the district made to those would end with his termination. Just those couple things.
Christy DiVigili again. I agree with everything that the two people prior to me said, but I also have a question. in regards to the termination. So I don't understand why it's okay for, or why we even have this in the contract, that the superintendent may terminate this agreement just as long as he provides 90 days written notice. However, the board, if they want to terminate him, it has to be under cause. And if not, then we have to give him another position somewhere else within the district. That doesn't seem right. It seems like more of the same here in Lee County, which I'm hoping I'm just reading that incorrectly. But now let's count up all the numbers again. $255,000 salary plus a $15,000 consultant bonus plus a minimum of $10,000 up front for travel expenses plus $4,300 a month in retirement plan plus a $50,000 mentor plus a $500 monthly car allowance. Again, if we would have just offered put out a position for $350, heck, I'd even be willing to have you guys hire a superintendent for $375, heck, even $4 for the size of our district. As long as this person is qualified to do these things. We don't need a $255 or $255,000 base salary for an assistant superintendent that's going to need all of these extra things as well. I don't see where the fiscal responsibility is here at all. And I'm really trying to understand it. But, you know, I mean, I don't know. I just wish you guys could give a little bit of clarity just on that little bit, that one little clause in there about him still being able to have a job within our district in an administrative position that we know they make a handsome amount as well. If you guys choose to, you know, terminate his employment without cause.
Are there any other comments? And Mr. Pre-Bruno, I'm just curious with the insurance, I know we're to take the vote now, but with that insurance, the benefits and upon termination,
So we can add something in there that says during his employment,
I mean, it
but
would be,
HR will, you know, finance would not pay after his.
they wouldn't anyway, correct?
But,
Not necessary. It's
okay.
reimbursement.
I mean, it's just completely
wanted
up
to
to
make
the
sure.
board.
Okay.
And I think the other comment was with regards to,
the termination of contract.
Okay, Ms. Fisher, did you have a question before I call for the vote?
Shouldn't we answer the questions?
Yeah. The superintendent can terminate his contract with 90 days' notice, but the board needs cause and to give him a position. I think I missed that somehow. I think previously with superintendents, it's been more equitable, you know, that either party could terminate without cause with sufficient notice.
take a look.
I'm
going to take a look at the prior superintendent's contract, and I will tell you.
Oh, Ms. G.
And also regarding the giving him a job, I think Dr. Atkins's contract was that as well.
Yes.
It's kind of a normal thing.
It was.
But why is it normal, I guess, is what the public wants to know.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
That,
Without just cause, you would have a different position.
yeah, allowing him to have another position within the district. That portion, and that, I already switched over, but.
So before we, Ms. Giovanelli, before we get to that question, I want to go back to Ms. Fisher's question. So there was a prior clause with regards to termination without cause within 30 days. So if the board wants to include that, and we can include that, but I'll have to check with Dr. Bernier's negotiator. But I can, present that to him.
Terminate, could you read the clause,
And I'll read the
please?
clause. Termination without cause. Board may dismiss superintendent during the term of the agreement without cause upon 30 days written notice. In the event of such termination without cause, superintendent shall waive all rights to contest or challenge board's decision, and in consideration of such waiver will accept a lump sum amount calculated as of effective date of board's termination equal to 20 weeks base salary, plus accrued sick and annual leave, and such other benefits in amount payable by law and school board policy in full satisfaction of board's obligations hereunder. So
Ms. Patrica?
Yes, Ms.
So I think the choice is a large payout if we terminate without cause, or we give him a job at the district where he's earning a salary, like working for that money, as opposed to just paying out that money. So I'm more comfortable with it the way it is. And, you know, frequently those transitions don't work out too well anyways.
Exactly, I was just going to say that.
So, did you have anything else to share?
I want to make sure I get a good consensus from the board. Do you want to have a termination without cause provision in this contract?
There already is one.
Termination without cause.
Right, he gets another job.
Well, so I'm looking, just to be clear, I'm looking at section 19, which is the termination of the agreement. So we do have a section that talks about him having another position, but section 19 is specifically addressing termination of the agreement. In that section, there is not a termination without cause. It's very specific. So I want clarity from the board if you want to have a clause added regarding termination without cause as something similar to what I read. Again, I will have to go back to the negotiator to bring this, to see what they want to do.
So, may I ask?
Yes, Ms. Patrica.
What section talks about giving him a position?
That is in section 15. It could be, let me see if that's the right.
Continuing employment.
Yeah, continuing employment right before professional liability.
That, see, instead of calling it continuing employment, you could call it termination without cause. I mean, it's the same, we're just not calling it that, but that's what that clause is. It is termination without cause. So if that makes everybody feel better, then just change the...
Because the language is, in the event that this contract of employment is terminated in any matter other than for a cause.
So it's
Right.
already here.
So that's basically what it's saying. Yeah.
So, Ms. Giddens, just to make sure that the board is clear, so the option is to terminate without cause, which means you would have the payout pursuant to this language, or to terminate and give him a position. Ms. Giddens?
My question is like what one of the members of the public said, why, what did we get, 30 days or something, and he gets 60 or 90?
90.
I'm not sure why. That he can terminate with 90 days, but we have to terminate with 30 days?
But where are you seeing the 30 days, Ms. Giddens, so I can follow you?
Okay, maybe I'm looking, I saw it now, I can't find it. In 18...
It's the new 18.
Oh.
B.
18B.
Correct.
Oh, well, that's talking about him. I'm talking about the 30, the 30
And
days, I think.
Okay, where is that? To be
Oh,
specific.
that is a clause that I read that was in a prior contract.
Yeah, it's not there. It's not here.
But we do not have, we have a different provision in there.
Limit. He has 90 days, but we don't have a time limit?
It's a different provision. So the termination, if you look at 15, or continuing employment, that's the clause that talks about termination other than for a cause. So the question that was posed is, do you want to have a termination without cause provision, or do you want to just keep that language that you have? If you have the termination without cause, that would include all of this other payments that we were just talking about, or just offer him another position.
But in either one of them, it doesn't give us a time limit, correct?
Well, the clause that I read had a 30-day time limit. The continuing employment doesn't have
Right.
a particular time.
Okay, so are we talking about, well, I'm confused, but whatever. My main question is, even in what you read, are we talking about putting that in, which would give us 30 days and give him 90?
No, she was just reading that as an example.
But there's still, as it is right now, he has 90 days. There's nothing that says how many days we have. It just says with cause, and that's it.
Well, so if you look at 19A, it's, when you're talking about with cause, it says immediately.
Right.
So is there a with cause and without cause, is what I'm saying?
So the without cause would be the continuing employment.
There's with cause and without. And Ms. Giovanelli's had her hand up for a minute.
Yes, just one second, Ms. Giovanelli. I just want to make sure everybody's understanding.
Yes.
Does everybody understand?
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
I understand, so I'm going to help Gwen. Gwen, he decides he doesn't want to work for us anymore. He's got 90 days. He's going to tell us, so that gives us time to start working on a plan for us. We don't like him. We want him gone. We don't care how many days. He needs to go now. That's the point in that. We don't want to get, we don't want it, if you're going to fire somebody, you don't want him to hang around 90 days or 30 days. You don't want that. So you need to have that freedom.
Immediate, I get that. But if it's, let's say the health thing or whatever, is that cause? Is that going to be?
That's something that we already did that.
But what I'm saying is, whatever, are we cutting off our nose to spite our face if it's a health thing and
we would want him gone. If he's got Alzheimer's, we want him gone. Sorry, Dr. Bernier, I just.
But what if, okay, all right.
So
That is in there,
I'm going to
Ms.
try to
Gibbons.
call for the,
Please. Yes.
can we take a vote?
Because I need a drink.
I want to make sure that all board members are clear. So long as we're all clear, then we can move forward.
Okay. So, Ms. Thomas, is it a hand vote or? A hand, thank you.
Just for my comfort, I'm sorry, just for my comfort, can I please get a consensus about the continuing employment as the termination without cause? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, and did everybody notice that it said upon recommendation of the successor superintendent?
Yes, that's in there as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So I am going to call for the vote and Ms.
What, the whole thing? Or just?
No, on the contract, oh jeez, on the contract.
I'm saying the whole contract.
Can you please restate your motion?
I move that we adopt the contract for Superintendent Dr. Bernier to reflect consensus changes made this afternoon and this evening and Scribner's changes that have been forwarded to the board attorney.
Thank you. So may I take a vote on that? Ms. Morgan?
Aye.
I thought it was okay, aye. Aye.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Patrica? I missed you.
Yes, please.
Yes.
And Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
And yes, 7-0. Motion carries. Ms. Dupree Bruno, can you do the next one now?
So the next one, would it be?
Consultant one now.
Is regarding the consultant contract. There was a lot of discussion by the board when Dr. Bernier was, when you voted on him, what's going to happen during this transition period. Dr. Bernier is talking to staff. He's looking into our district operations, has been attending some one-on-ones, and as he gets closer and closer to his start time, he'll be spending more and more time with the district personnel, working on his 100-day plan, and those types of things. So instead of putting it a small paragraph in the original employment contract, it's better for us to have a consultant contract that addresses that. The original request was that he be paid his daily rate, and the original time period was from April 15th through May 15th. So if you're looking at, and Ms. Gittens brought this up, if you're looking at the daily rate, which is about $1,000 a day, just under $1,000 a day, technically speaking, he can work for 30 days in May and get $30,000. So when we were negotiating, we thought that it would be better to put a cap and do a flat fee in terms of how much it would be. So that's why there's a request for $15,000, which is half that amount of what was potentially available. Ms. Patrica.
I just want to be clear, this is not a bonus.
No.
This is money he will actually earn by putting actual hours into the district, and it's almost the equivalent of us hiring him 15 days earlier, right?
Right. And quite honestly,
getting paid for it.
And quite honestly, he's probably already done the 15 hours.
100%.
So.
Any other question? Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I'm just questioning why the March date and not April.
So when we're doing contracts, we have an effective date, but then when you look at the actual time or the term that's specified in the contract, so the same thing with the employment contract, the effective date will be March 8th, the day, or March 9th when it is signed, but the actual term and time for the employment contract is May 16th. For this particular contract, I have it as, let's see, term is under number 4 for any date that we want to put in March, because I left that blank, through May 15th. I can tell you that he's already really trying to get to know the district already.
Okay, and one of the reasons that I ask this is I had separately contacted you questioning how ethical it was for board members to be contacting Dr. Bernier during our negotiation phase. I know I didn't do that, but I know that there were a lot of contacts with him, even though he invited us to do that. So I would assume that once we pass this and his employment contract, then we wouldn't be in that realm of hazy ethics on contacting and talking with him during this negotiation phase.
So I would not call it an ethics issue because he specifically invited anyone to come talk to him, and he also has been communicating with the superintendent. He's been communicating with me. He's been communicating with other district staff. So I do understand that some board members were careful with that line in terms of communicating with him, and some board members, took advantage of his offer to be able to talk to him.
But the difference is the staff members he's talking to aren't the ones voting on his contract. We are the ones voting on his contract, and I found it unethical to be past maybe a short conversation of getting to know you kind of thing. And I have no idea, I know there have been contacts, and I have no idea what was said, but I chose for myself to not go down any kind of murky path on that, and frankly, because we are the ones that vote on it, I chose to not put myself in a questionable position.
The point is,
and the difference is, as I said, the staff, Dr. Savage, none of them are voting on this. He's our employee, so that's what makes the difference.
Thank you, Ms. Vaughn. The point is well taken, Ms. Jordan, and then
Yeah,
Ms. Giddens.
what I just wanted to say is that he wanted to make sure that everything was perfectly clear that he is not the superintendent. That's why he has been going through the superintendent that we have sitting right here at this table. And that he was reaching out and making it perfectly clear, like even with Mr. Simmons said today, what keeps you up at night. So he's reaching out to get exactly what he's saying, to get to know the people of, and not overstep Dr. Savage, and having that communication with him as well, and meeting, once a week, twice a week, but having that good communication with him. He did put that out there that if any of us were to want to, pick up the phone to call, that he was open to us. I mean, I know
He
I
might not have been.
did not have that separate conversation with him either, but that was there for us if need be.
I totally understand. You need to understand my point also.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So before Ms. Giddens, I will say that having this consultant contract clarifies that.
Yeah.
He will be a consultant. In addition, one of the concerns that I had was that as he's getting to know the district, he's getting some information, and there are certain laws that are applicable. So this contract will also ensure that he is abiding by our school board policies and the applicable laws. Ms. Giddens?
I did speak with him, and there's absolutely nothing on either one of these two documents that I discussed with him. So I do not feel that there was any impropriety or anything like that. Thank you.
Any other, Ms.?
So a couple questions regarding, are we still talking about the contract now? Can I go back to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Who does he actually report to? So I have a couple concerns regarding and I'll just get all the questions out here. So has the district ever done this before, as far as a superintendent and then the incoming superintendent is a consultant?
So my understanding, and I actually spoke to Andrea Messina as well regarding this, is that there have been a few districts that have done this in the past. I have not been able to get a hold of any of their contracts. I will tell you that based on my conversations, a simple consultant contract is usually what people have been using, something similar to what we have. And then, in 1 second, Ms. Giddens, and just to go back to your point, Ms. Giovanelli, who does he report to? He's working as an independent contractor, as a consultant with very specific guidelines, and this is a contract between him and the board. Ms. Giddens?
And isn't he still, during this time period, or has he finished, or when will he finish, working on his current position? So he'll be working two positions at once? And I guess that's between him and them, but will he be working too?
He's not working two positions at once, because I think in April he should be getting ready to move down here to Lee County, which indicates that he'll be finished with his current employment. Any other questions or discussion on this contract? Ms. Giovanelli?
Well, and it also mentions board members versus board. When you start saying board members, that becomes individually, and I'm really concerned over that, and I just really want to make sure that we're respectful of the present superintendent, and that I don't want him to be circumvented going to the board, or vice versa. The board going to the new superintendent before he's a superintendent. I'm just kind of concerned over that, and so.
So we have a section, we have a sentence in section 3 with regards to responsibility of parties, that it says very clearly that consultants shall not supervise nor provide direction to the school district. Ms. Giddens?
But in
Ms. Patrica, then Ms. Giddens. I didn't see Ms. Patrica's hand.
Yeah, so Ms. Giovanelli, I did go through this and make sure that terms were used consistently, and where board members are referred to as opposed to the board, it is appropriate. So for example, 1C, consult with board members and school district staff to ascertain system successes and identify areas of improvement. I would expect the superintendent to sit down with each of us individually and determine that, whereas.
Two, it says board, employee of the board.
Correct. So I
saw. I just
really did go through that with a fine tooth comb and I'm sure that Attorney DePree Bruno is annoyed with me about the Scribner's changes that I've asked for, but it was with that specific thing in mind.
Okay.
So I'm confident that your concerns in that regard are covered.
Okay.
And then before Ms. Gittens, Ms. Giovanelli, if you look at subsection 1B as well, it's very clear that Dr. Ken Savage is the interim superintendent.
Correct.
Ms. Gittens?
Okay, and even based on what you just said, two things. Number one, under section 1B as in boy, provide guidance to the superintendent, and then in 2 is not an employee of the board. In the past, it was my understanding that when we had hired consultants to do certain things with the district, they reported to the superintendent as per the contract that the board agreed upon. We have a contract with ABC Company to find out, how we buy chairs, just saying. And the board agrees upon that, and when the board votes and agrees, it says that from that point on, the superintendent then is the purveyor of that contract unless there is up into termination and all that. So the way this is written, providing guidance, and then the second part is not an employee of the board, the question is who is he an employee of? This is a contract, am I correct?
So he's employed by us.
Independent contractor, so he's not an employee of the school district of Lee County. He's an
Right, the board.
independent contractor. Now, if the question is, so I'm sorry, Ms. Gittens, explain a little bit more what.
Well, I'm saying we've had several consultants. I can't remember the names of all of them now, but we had a couple.
Davis Demographics.
Well, Davis, and then the others that did the
Operations guy.
operations and all that stuff to find out how we could get better. It's late and I can't remember their names. The superintendent, it was a contract, and when there is a contract and we agree upon it as a board, look at the contracts, and it says, going forward, the superintendent has all rights and whatever to handle those contracts. Somebody has to have oversight of a contract. It can't just be, they're not, but it says they're not an employee.
No, it's the board members.
They're a consultant.
They consult.
You can't be a consultant and an employee.
They don't get
They're
benefits.
different.
He's not getting benefits.
Who do they report to?
Us, the board.
It's an agreement between the
Read it
board
right
and
there. I
the
read
consultant.
it.
Very first paragraph.
I read it.
But it says clearly not an employee of the board. I don't
They're
understand.
not an
Okay,
employee. It's
somebody
totally
that's on
different.
our payroll, getting benefits from us, and is an employee of the district and of the board. A consultant is somebody that we hire for a
Hired.
specified period of time for a specified, for listed services to be provided to the district. This is a specified period of time with listed services to be provided to the district. He's not an employee until the contract kicks in.
No,
at
I
which
get
point
that.
he becomes
He's a
an employee.
consultant. I get that. But even as a consultant, he is getting paid from this district. And let's say halfway through something goes awry, does it come to us to say?
So Ms. Gittens, maybe this will clarify a little bit. So if you look at section 1, where it says services provided, the consultant shall provide consulting services to board. And then it lists the types of consulting services. So it is the board.
I just, the verbiage that bothers me is B, provide guidance. That sounds like a supervisor or someone that is superior to the superintendent.
So we could take that word out and just say provide feedback? I mean, what would you like it to say?
Collaborate or something.
Well, collaborate means that they're working together, which defeats what you're trying to do. So
He's an
perhaps,
independent contractor, which makes it self-employed. I'm an independent contractor as a realtor. It's self-employed. He's separate.
I get that,
Separate
but
contract.
even
He's
if,
not.
even when you get a job as an independent contractor, the person who hired you tells you yay or nay what to do.
Okay, Ms. Gittens, tell us what we can do to help you to understand or make the changes, whatever, so that we can move on to public comment.
Okay.
What
My
do you need?
concern, I said specifically, is 1B, that says provides guidance.
Okay, so
Guidance is a
what do you
word that
see
means
instead
you
of it then?
direct someone.
What would you like to see there in 1B?
I don't know the word for it, but it just sounds like
I'm coming to you in a second.
when you have a contract, you have to report to somebody.
Okay.
Ms. Patrica, and then I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Patrica.
Davis Demographics provided guidance to staff with regard to the proximity plan. They provided guidance. They didn't dictate what staff does. They provided guidance. Because the contract was between the superintendent and Davis Demographics. Here, the contract is between us and Dr. Bernier, and he is to provide guidance to the superintendent amongst other things. It doesn't say dictate the actions of the superintendent. It doesn't say the superintendent is to answer to Dr. Bernier. It doesn't in any way create a hierarchy of anything. It's providing guidance. And I would think that Dr. Savage would want that guidance, given how closely they've been working together up to this point, and how closely they will be working together going forward. The point is a smooth transition.
And I totally understand that.
Okay,
Even
so
if
what
it
word
says,
do you want?
okay,
I'm gonna
simply
have-
if it said, work with the superintendent and, provide feedback, something like.
Ms. Fisher, and then I think I have some clarity. Well, let me just jump in with the clarity. Ms. Gittens, if you look at number 3, it is very clear. Consultant shall not supervise nor provide direction to the school district.
Right.
Ms. Fisher.
So the Webster's definition of guidance is direction, advice, or something that instructs.
Thank you.
So I see
That's what I'm
why
saying.
Ms. Gittens.
If you're guiding me, you're showing me the way to go.
Okay, so can we get rid of the word guidance so
Yeah.
we can?
Take a consensus
Yes,
on this
that's what we're
paragraph?
going to do. So let's take a consensus to remove the word guidance in 1B.
To remove the word guidance.
I'll do
Remove
whatever.
the word guidance. So it will read, provide feedback to Dr. Ken Savage.
Right.
Is that good?
Yes.
That's all I asked.
But, yeah, we've been trying to, okay. So, okay, seeing no other, we are opening up public comment. So if there is,
I do have a question.
Motion.
you have a question?
Yeah, do we need, may I?
Go ahead.
Paragraph 3, do we need to have a reference to confidential information at the end there? Board shall provide free access to staff, and consultant shall be afforded all information related to district business, to include confidential information necessary to effectuate the terms of the agreement? Or is it assumed under board shall provide free access to staff and consultants shall be afforded all information? Is all information inclusive of confidential information?
The way that it was written, yes.
Okay. then
The meeting
I'm
of the
good.
minds would be yes.
I'm good.
I make a motion
Bruno,
that
do you
we,
need, hold on a second, because we still have to have public comment.
No, we have
no, we have to have a motion first.
I have a motion yet, but is there anything else with regards to this contract? Is everybody okay with number 4? Because that would be the only other thing, which is the 2 payments of $7,500 for the $15,000. May I have a consensus on that, please? Okay, so that's 7-0. Everything else, I think, is pretty standard. So, Ms. Patrica?
I just want to ensure that the Scribner's changes will be made.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Gittens. The motion, please.
I make a motion that we accept, and it's just this one.
Exactly.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve for good cause, the approval of consultant agreement with Dr. Christopher Bernier.
Second.
With, with Scrivener's, I hope I said this right, corrections and any other corrections that have been discussed at this table.
Beautiful. Do I have a second?
Motion.
Thank you. So we have a first and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing no discussion, thank you. I will open this up for public comments. Anyone, if anyone would like to speak, please go to the podium. Thank you. And again, please state your name.
Tara Jenner, more than anything, I'd like to say that I just get the feeling that Attorney Dupree Bruno is acting more like the incoming superintendent's personal attorney, advocating for his needs and benefits rather than in her role as board attorney who has a fiduciary duty to the district and the county taxpayers here in Lee County, as well as to those of you on the dais. It seems like she's bent over backwards in order to assist getting this contract written in the most favorable way for him without looking at things that are favorable for us. And I'm just going to leave it at that because I'm just tired of this mess.
Sharon McGill, just a point of clarification. The consultant contract would be signed simultaneously with the contract for employment, or at any time after the employment contract has been signed. The consultant contract would not be signed and effective prior to receiving a signed employment contract.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Mr. Pre-Bruno, will you answer?
These contracts would
Respond to
be signed simultaneously, so when it's presented to Dr. Bernier, he'd sign the employment contract, and then he'd sign the consultant contract.
Thank you. And I am going to go ahead and call for the vote. Mrs. Morgan?
Aye.
Ms. Vaughn?
Aye.
Ms. Gittens?
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Aye.
Ms. Vertrica? Ms. Giovanelli?
Aye.
Good Lord.
Sorry.
Ms. Fisher?
It's getting late.
And I, 7-0. Thank you, Ms. Dupree-Bruno.
After 10 o'clock, I give
And-
you no promises.
Order.
Yes.
I'd like to offer to my colleagues the opportunity to postpone board member comments, attorneys' comments, and superintendent comments to the extent that they are not necessary to conduct the district business of the district over the next 2 weeks.
I do have one thing I need to bring up. I'm sorry.
May I make that recommendation, if it's necessary to the conduct of the district over the next 2 weeks, and feel free to do it. Otherwise, I'm willing to give up my time so that we can all go home at 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, well, I know I'm the only
Okay,
thing between you,
so-
but I do have a comment to make.
Okay.
Yes. May I please?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mariner High School Lady Tritons, the soccer team, were the first ever in history to win a state championship. According to our protocols as to who can be recognized, it does say that they fall under that circumstance. And I would like to propose that at our next meeting, as has been done in the past, that we have, invite them to be here for the beginning of the meeting as part of recognition. I have data and minutes from other times that other teams have done that when they received state. So I am making that proposal.
Okay, and I believe, if I'm correct, there's a form that they fill out. So if you just have them fill out the form.
There's a form?
Usually
Always has
comes
been.
from the school.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just thought that, anyway. Can you please make sure that I know where that is, and we'll make sure it gets in? But is everybody amenable to it, is what I'm asking.
Absolutely.
I've only heard from 3 people. Can we ask for consensus?
Well, once you turn that in,
Can we ask for
could we
consensus
please
before
have
they go through
consensus
that process?
for, could we please have consensus for,
It will get done.
Fine, thank you.
is there anyone else who has comments that they have to share this evening?
can wait.
Or they would like to share?
I can wait. Oh, we can't.
Morgan, Ms. Vaughn?
I just want to remind the scheduling people that I think they said next week is National Sleep Awareness Week. Always seems ironic to me.
Especially at 10 o'clock.
Thank you. Well, see, Dr. Savage, do you have anything that you need to share this evening or would like to share this evening?
Just a big thank you to our student who represented us.
Yes,
Pretty amazing.
wonderful.
I just had to give him a big shout out. Pretty amazing.
I'll be sharing the next time all the wonderful things that the kids have and pictures that they had done from this past week. Mr. Pre-Bruno? Sorry. Ms. Giovanelli?
Just really quick, I just want to thank staff that's still here. I'm counting the people. Just so you know, I was out there, I was counting, and I'm amazed, and the people that are still here. Thank you. That's, it's 10:05, and you're here.
Direct the superintendent to allow them to sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Mr. Pre-Bruno, do you have anything?
I have one thing, very, very quickly, that I was just notified, and I just want a consensus on this because we approved this contract, but I have a question for the board. Going back to medical examination, there's a line that says the superintendent authorizes all such examining physicians to report all findings to school board if school board requests a full report. Is there any objection to removing that sentence from the contract?
What?
The superintendent authorizes, and I'm sorry, I just got something that makes me ask this. The superintendent authorizes all such examining physicians, we're talking about medical examination in the contract. The superintendent authorizes all such examining physicians to report all findings to the school board if the school board requests a full report.
Why do you want us to remove it after we voted on it?
Yeah.
I'm just, okay?
I mean, he agreed to it, right?
It's
Unless it's a problem on his end, and then you'll have to come back to tell us
Can
that.
you tell us why you want us to remove it after we have voted to approve it?
because I just got something that made me ask you that question. So that's why. But let me, an interesting ride. So let me go back, and if there's a problem, I'll come back to the board.
I end with one thing?
Yes, please. Ms.
Okay,
Jens.
it won't be the next 2 weeks. This is Happy International Women's Day. Every home, every heart, every feeling is incomplete without you. And to all of the incredible women in the world, pray on, shine on, not just today, but every day.
Thank you, Ms. Jens. That was
And it's National
beautiful.
Sleep Week. Just saying.
Well, seeing no other business to come before this board, this meeting is adjourned, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.